When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
A continuing victory over Dr. Aruna Khilanani. We're going to be talking about that. And folks, we can do things. We can have victories, and we are having victories. Things are only getting better day by the day. Is, quote, racism, which we all know is heresy to anti-whiteism, is it really burning non-white people alive? The anti-whites say yes. Well, because they're idiots. Anti-whites, that is. Going free lesson of the day, we can recapture our destiny. We are recapturing our destiny with increasing frequency and with victories unexpected. And we will discuss some of those, as well as our new FAQ, How to Change the World for White Wellbeing, with 5 key concepts. Your comments and calls, of course, and for all those adult children watching or listening with their parents or guardians. A guy walks into a bar and he loses the limbo contest. And a good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. It is 5 in Washington, D.C., 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And we are going free all around planet Earth, Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. It is wonderful to see you all. Our platform should all be up and running. I hope the moderators will tell me if it's not the case. How is the sound? Is the sound rich? Is it coming through the mic it's supposed to be coming through? I hope so. It's great to see you all. Mrs. Jess Horst, Summer Lee, JK160, Nathaniel Nelson, and Rory Herbert, Greek American, Greek German American, bass guitarist, Biospirit of the West. And we're going to be talking about the great Biospirit of the West over the course of the gathering here today. Folks, you can comment while we are here together. Ask questions. That's what these Going Free gatherings are all about. Please tag me as No White Guilt on all of the platforms. I will be primarily looking at YouTube and D Live and Odysee. And a big hello to everybody over there on D Live and Odysee as well. If you would like to financially gift, please do. You may do so over on Entropy. And that is at a cost of 15% to you when you do so over on Entropy. And you can also watch the stream and ask questions and also vote on questions over at Entropy. That 15% charge goes to maintaining that wonderful platform of free speech by those wonderful people who keep free speech alive for all of us. There were no anonymous financial gifts by way of cryptocurrencies or anything other over the past week, so we have nothing to report there. But if you do want to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, you can head right on over to nowhiteguilt.org, a website that is becoming increasingly awesome by the day. And few can compare. And we'll continue to get your feedback and make it a place that really can bring the ordinary vagues from our world, every country, every one of our countries, into White Wellbeing. And for those who cannot come into White Wellbeing and really enjoy the physical, mental, and spiritual enrichment of going free of the meme pathogens, the anti-white concepts, the rest they can begin using and will begin using, like those 5 key concepts that we talk about in the video that we will be mentioning at some point over our course of the gathering here today. Looks like Ethereum and Bitcoin Cash continue to be pretty strong. So when you financially gift even a little bit with those, you do a lot of good for White Wellbeing. Keep that in mind. I don't see millionaire status on the horizon for those things, especially if the millionaire status you're looking for is in the dollars that would need to be worthless to become millionaires over there. Generally, that's the case, I'm told. But of course, not absolutely. It is so glorious to be with you all on this Sunday. It is a hot one outside in the once great state of Virginia, across the Potomac from Mordor. I was actually right outside the big White House. I think they're going to start calling it Senile House in Washington, D.C. Senile House. And so keep an eye out for that. You've seen those signs that say slow children playing. Well, now these slow politicians playing are now signs that you can find in Washington, D.C. Maybe that's not true, though, because, a strike could happen on the channel if that ends up not being true. But anyhow, let's see. This just reminds me of something. Have you been driving around, and there are probably these kinds of signs all over Western civilization, and you see those signs, slow children playing. And I always felt really bad for those kids because what made them slow? And then I felt so much better when I saw slow men working, because at least they ended up with jobs, right? At least a group of people ended up with work. Southern Bloom is here. The great Brand Danger and the Groundhog Fury is with us. Wonderful to see you. Senile House, Sebastian's laughing at. Yes, indeed. Drove by Senile House. I tell you, Washington, D.C. Increasingly looks like Bizarro World every time I drive through. There are new signage. There are new buildings. It's just absolutely bizarre. DB Cooper is with us. Wonderful to see you, good brother. And Bonnie Blue Lass. Hello, sweet sister. Great to see you. Look at this, folks. The great Jared George is with us. Wonderful to see you. He says, let's get No White Guilt to break 10,000 followers on Twitter. That would be nice. It would be like the 4th time. Let's hope that it happens. Let's break that 10,000 mark for the 4th time. Joe is with us. And let's see who else we have. Western Renaissance, Promethean Healing, Raymond Van Buskirk. All of the champions have shown up. Masumi Rabbit. The Reverend is with us. Hello and welcome to you. What the is with us. Willie as well. And let's have a look around at what's going on. We got some stories to cover. And let me make sure that we haven't missed anything right off the bat, any financial gifts. But we're going to jump right into these stories. So remember, folks, these Going Free gatherings are all about us coming together, growing together, getting stronger, and so that we can then go out into the world as the apostles, as the elect of a new Western world, a Western kind recaptured from a deracinated race that doesn't even know its own name. Its leaders can't speak its own name when they sit in political seats, when they sit in the executive seats of national and international companies. We are the elect. Everyone else, we will get them using the 5 key concepts, as well as other pieces of the lexicon and dialectics. And by that method, we will change the world. This is, in fact, somebody wrote a very intelligent comment that I will be sharing in just a little bit. But before, let's go ahead and get started over here with the anti-whites, who have absolutely, as well, they've lost they're still looking for their minds, aren't they? They've lost them a long time ago. The only thing that's left in their heads is how much they hate the white race, how much they want to victimize the white race. That's all that's left. That and probably perversions. Over here on, if you can believe it or not, this is Science News website. Science News, independent journalism since 1921. And by independent, they mean full-throated anti-whiteism. You can't get away from it. Of course, they start off with this anti-white concept that brought down Western civilization. Heresy to anti-whiteism lurks, and I'm translating, folks. So if you're new, we translate. We don't live in their story, and we're going to talk a little bit about that over the course of this gathering as well. Some ideas about more videos, and but this is heresy to anti-whiteism lurks in names given to plants and animals. Can you believe it? There is no place that they can't find heresy to anti-white. They are hunting it down. They are absolutely hunting it wherever it might exist. They are hunting it down. So remember, you have to phrase it like this, because if you are in their story, if you are in their narrative, their anti-white narrative, and you use their concept that has slain Western civilization, racism, you never use that. If you use that, then they are on some kind of a moral crusade here. There's no getting away from it. If they're hunting down racism, how could that be wrong? Are you going to stand in front of Mordor and tell the world that it's really not as bad as it looks? You look like a jackass for doing that, and your donkey doesn't even like you. So the author, though, is very delighted because the headline ends with, "That's starting to change." So they're hunting down, they are white erasing the names that we have given to things. And in most of these cases, it's just innocent. Somebody wants to name a particular type of fish or a particular type of bird, and they think that something sounds like it works for that fish or bird. And there are so many things to name, folks, by the way. I mean, you can't just, I know maybe to the rest of the world, they think, why name all of those things? And if I've even had anti-whites tell me directly, and I won't specify race, but I've had anti-whites tell me specifically that their people don't name every single little thing. Why should we have to name every single little thing? What a dumbass question that is. In fact, it would be lovely. What would be lovely is if our education was so epic that we had, for example, names for a summer sun on a lake in one region, and then another name for the exact same phenomenon in another region. That would be a beautiful existence. That would be the kind of existence we would have. But this wannabe author dribbles on common names like gypsy moth. Gypsy moth. Clearly, they're talking about gypsies. Gypsy. I can just see them right now. I can see, the people who sit around and they say, okay, we're going to figure out the nomenclature for this. The very next thing they do is they set a cross on fire and they pull a hood on. That's the very second thing they do. The first thing they do, they're all nerds. They're all nerds. Love them. I love them. Thank God they do it. Love them. They're all nerds. They sit down and they have their pocket protectors. And of course, this is a stereotype. Maybe they don't look like that at all. They might look like Hell's Angels. I don't know. But this is pretty much what we think they look like. They sit down and they're going to get around and they're going to say, what should be the names? We're going to figure out the nomenclature for this. And so we're going to all get together. It's going to be Nerd Fest. And we're going to toss around some names and then we're going to vote on some names. That's the first thing. Second thing, kerosene and a cross on fire. Absolutely always the second thing. And then they just go after non-white people. So clear, that is the motivation. Gypsy moth. Clearly they're talking about gypsies because I know I was in, how many times? I can't even count how many times I have been in the woods and have been pickpocketed. I mean, it fits perfectly, doesn't it? You see that moth flying away with your wallet or your keys or whatever it might be, your watch. How did he get it off of my wrist? They're like, many of them get jobs in Vegas now. So they're street performers. And so at least they don't have to do this anymore. The moths, people they refer to as gypsies. That's like a wide range of people that they refer to as gypsies. I understand they've given them IQ tests and not always maybe they have been the best. I don't know. You'll have to check into it with CNN. Pick up the phone right now and call CNN and ask them. They will have, well, maybe don't do that. Common names like gypsy moth contain ethnic slurs, perpetuating, quote, racist stereotypes. That damn gypsy moth. That damn gypsy. If one ever bumps you in the face, you better turn around. The Scots Oriole, too. Whoa. We're going to get right into the Scots Oriole. What a lovely bird this is. The Oriole. I tell you, in this part of the country, it's the orange Oriole, and they're a lovely animal. And they live, though, in the treetops. So they could be up there like 60 feet. That's like the lowest they could. So to bring them down, to be able to see them in your yard, you have to build a pole and you have to put a dish on top of the pole. And then on the top of the dish, you have to put things like orange slices. Believe it or not, they're orange. And then they eat oranges. Very strange. So what could be heretical about the Scots Oriole? Well, if you just let the anti-whites think about it long enough, they'll find something. So they're white erasing. The thing here that is very important is the white erasure. And that's why we talk about this sort of thing. That's why you would mention it to anyone in your circles of influence. We come together in these gatherings to find ways to become stronger. We come together to find ways to spread the lexicon and dialectic so that we can change the world for the benefit of white well-being, which changes the world for the benefit of everyone who lives in Western civilization and every country that is forced in some way to interact with a Western country, which is all of them. All of them. So let's jump into this article written by Janie Chambers. Writes, with lemon and black plumage, the Scots Oriole flashes in the desert like a flame. But the bird's name holds a violent history. What? What? Okay. No one finds out the name of the Scots Oriole and then says, I'm going to track down the name of this wonderful little bird, and I'm then going to reflect on the violent source of its name. And, okay, let's find out what the violent source is. The bird's name holds a violent history. Could you just see this little bird? What happened? What went wrong with you, little bird? Did your parents not love you? What happened in your youth that you were so violent and now you're just a flame in the desert? Okay, so it was a violent history that Stephen Hampton can't forget. Stephen is this little anti-white midget stick who can't stop thinking about this bird's namesake violent history because he doesn't have anything else to reflect on of any value in his life. So all he can do is destroy things. White erase. Isn't that right, Stephen? Stephen. He used to see the Orioles often living in California. Wait a second. He used to see them often living in California. Well, why did this anti-white SOB leave California? Is that what, I mean, reading that sentence, we're left to conclude that he's left California. Could it be because of all of the anti-white policies that they've implemented into California and things like, I don't know, the song that he was trying to write, that's feces in the moonlight, human feces in the moonlight under the Scots Oriole, flashing like fire and igniting the flames. I mean, why did you leave, Stephen? Why did you leave like locust to go to, and how much do you want to bet where Stephen went is pristine? How much do you want to bet that he went to a place that's pretty much all white? Now that he lives outside the bird's range, quote, I'm kind of relieved, he says. What a mentally just inept and broken person little boy Stephen is. He actually would see this beautiful little bird and feel, thank God I'm not in its range anymore, because every time I see this beautiful little bird, I think about how many white people, this is Stephen thinking, how many white people he wants to harm, how much of white history he wants to white erase. Everything, folks, it's everything. We've been saying it for a very long time. It's not just going to be the statue of the Southern general or something like this of this nature, or the founding father who had slaves at a time that the whole world had. So it's not just going to be that. It's going to be the name of this Scots Oriole that's going to have to go too. Why? Because white people had something to do with it. Well, of course we did. Of course. Because no one else would name it. It would just be bird, or whatever their word is for that. Hampton is Stephen is a birder, and he registered citizen. Oh, Stephen is a birder and registered citizen of the Cherokee Nation. I'm going to go ahead and bet that Stephen probably has like 1/50th Cherokee in him, and that's how he got registered. And he wants to escape his identity as a white person, so he's fleeing into the Cherokee Nation. Let's see. Winfield Scott, a U.S. military commander and the bird's namesake, drove him. I'm sure drove Stephen's ancestors and other. Now they say Native Americans. You never say Native American. You say American Indian. Never Native American, because that is depriving you in their story of your rightful inheritance to the United States of America, or to Canada, where they call them First Nations or whatever. Don't call them that. So an American Indian drove his people, forced them from their land in the 1800s. So much is already, now listen to this. He says so much is already erased, Stephen says. Really? So now you want to take a big old eraser with maybe some feathers in the top of it to erase, from the Oriole, of course, the Scots Oriole, to white erase everything that we do in our civilization. And by the way, no people on planet Earth has so honored the people they've conquered as Western kind. Everybody else erases them, the people they conquer, from history. We have left all over America everything that was named by American Indians still has the names they gave them. I mean, we put them in our symbology of just outrageous to honor them, to honor their impossible war against a well, I guess we can't technically say here on YouTube, but there was a difference between the ability to wage conflict so, but you'll notice though, when the South seceded from the United States and then waged an impossible to win conflict, now all it used to be honored, and now all of that's being white erased. Why? Because you can white erase white people. That's what it's all about. So what Stephen wants to do here is he wants to change, he wants to white erase, and so does this in this Science News. By the way, there's a related story here of some more twits. Susan, a airheaded typist, wrote an article titled "Drab Female Birds Had More Colorful Evolution." Can you believe this? I mean, she's actually having a alliance with female birds. That is how much she hates. Susan hates the white race. So she looks at the female bird. She has this female loyalty cross species. That is how much she is a misandrist. Cross species. She looks at most female birds are drab, but she has gone out of her way to redeem the female bird and say they have a more colorful evolution than those male birds who happen to be all colorful today. I bet you the male birds stole the colors from the female. I bet that's what happened. I bet they just pecked the colorful feathers out of them long enough that they just stopped growing them. And that's all that was left in the end. Wow, look at this menacing gypsy moth. Wow. I wouldn't want to come across him in a dark alley. As for Stephen, he doesn't see Scott's Oriole anymore now that he lives in Washington State. So he's fled from California to another state where the anti-whites are ruining. And rest assured, he'll be in your neighborhood soon enough, in your pristine area. And he'll be saying, why do these street names, why are they written in English and German and French? And that all came from white people. That needs to be erased. Says he doesn't see him anymore because he lives in Washington State. But he still can't escape these types of names. Yeah. How about everything you're speaking in English, jackass? How about the mathematics you're using, jackass? How about the car you drive? How about the motorcycle you use? How about every time I see these American Indians in their ethnic garb, they're wearing sneakers? How about that? Why don't you drop all of that, buddy? Go back to your moccasins. Stop wearing the sneakers. And by the way, stop taking all the expensive medication that you get for free. I'm sure that's not true. But check it out to see, just in case. But it's everything, folks. Plants, trees, bushes, slugs, anything that has a name, the anti-whites on it. And then ultimately, it'll just be anything that white people had anything to do with. We're going to jump right over to Vegas School's task force created to craft anti-heresy policy. Anti-heresy. So, of course, they're writing anti-racism. We don't use that concept. Let me see what you all are saying. I'll say a big hello over to Mr. McSleazy on the live. What's going on? That SOB is over there as well. He says, Washington State is like hold my beer. Oh, that's funny. Good evening, all, says Cockney Nut Job. Hello to you. How's everybody doing over there? I like that SOB. So I can, when I see you, I can always say, look, that SOB is over there on D Live. Well done. How about over here on Odysee? Who do we have hanging out? Bertie Bassett, Popcorn Power. Hello to you all. And we shall keep rolling. I'm going to spin around and see if we have. There's the great Jerome How you doing, brother? Ian, magnificent to see you, as well as the wonderful and true champion Fornull is with us. Says he loves California, probably loves those Scots Orioles. Probably was in on the naming. I'm sure that's what they did. I'm sure these nerdy people got together and they said, when it comes to any of these things, Gypsy Moth, Scots Oriole, I'm sure they sat down and they said, what do you want to call this? And they said, how can we just be as effronterous to non-white people as possible? I'm sure that's what they said. I'm sure. Dean Wood says, Jason, did you hear about the New Zealand football soccer team might change its name, which is called the All Whites? No, I didn't hear about that. That is really ridiculous. In fact, in the U.S., we had it was a high school team that years ago, and there's No White Gill Clips and Jilly Stormson. Great to see you both. There was a high school team somewhere, it was in Arkansas or something like that, that when college teams and professional teams are talking about and actually changing their names because they had American Indian names for their clubs and businesses, that a high school team actually changed its name to, I think, the Mighty Whiteys, and the orders poured in for their gear at such a degree that they had to shut down any orders from people who were not either family of those in the high school or members of the high school, because everybody wanted a Mighty Whitey shirt. I think that's what it was. It's something like that. Somebody else knows there, let me know. But these shirts and the hats and the little styrofoam fingers, they started showing up everywhere, all over the country. Julie asks, is the great white shark on the list? I wouldn't be surprised at all. Without question. They'll change that. They'll change it to the first change will be to the great discriminatory shark. Brad C is here with us. Hello, good brother. Great seeing you, says Promethean Hails. A big Promethean Hails to you as well. Just taking a quick. And there's a sweet dear lady, Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Hello there, dear lady. And Get Dagger is with us. And Chrissy, hello and welcome. All right, I don't see any other. Yonash says slow children playing. Yeah, that doesn't work. Doesn't work over there. The people are just mowing them down. Is that what it is? Bouncing off the fronts of cars. That'd be a good way to get hunted down, stalked by some very upset parents in this country. They would come and get you, my friend. Groundhog Fury says the White Hospice. Yeah, they're going to come for everything. They're going to want to white erase everything. Shauna Shaw's with us, and Foster, hello. Welcome. And let's make sure we didn't miss anybody over here before we get to this Vegas Schools Task Force created to craft anti-heresy policy. So we've been saying forever now, and those who have been going free with us, they know very well the longer you've been going free, the longer you have known. And so you are well ahead of the rest. But if you're brand new, it's okay, because there are still millions and millions and millions of white people to catch on to this. So you can be an early adopter. Think about the honor that you will have with your family and friends when you'll be able to say, I told you so. I told you. Remember, I told you. And then they all try to play like, oh, I never disagreed. Sure, bitch. School officials in Las Vegas have assigned a task force. So it's not enough to not be this anti-white concept. Not enough. It was never going to be enough. For years now, as predicted, in everything that we have written and talked about for years, many years, you are going to have to prove how anti-white you are by waging war on Western kind. You can look in my book, Crucible, which is the true story of my time in junior high school, where I deduced that if it's immoral to have pride as a white person, and it's moral to, or at least neutral, to ignore, to shut down, to white erase, to various degrees, then it's going to be supremely moral. It's going to be a moral champion then to wage war on that people, on that history, on that identity, on that dignity. I told the teachers that. I told the counselors that. Of course, they all knew it because they were anti-white, and they lied to me. What a surprise. What a surprise. Jason, you're a nut, Jason. It doesn't mean that. Of course it doesn't. This is just about being fair. And then while we're all still alive, oh yeah, actually it means that. Yeah, actually it does mean that. Las Vegas school officials in Las Vegas have assigned this is the AP, written by the AP, and it's on usnews.com. School officials in Las Vegas have assigning our diversity hire at the Associated Press has found a new way to communicate in English by way of redundancy. A task force to craft an anti-racism, so anti-heresy policy by next January, amid calls from parents to follow a new state anti-heresy law and efforts by officials. They're always official. So there's this throng of anti-whites when really it's just some like deranged, hyped up on some psychotropic medication shrew picking up her phone and screaming into it, "You better hate white people." So and efforts by officials to avoid a culture wars flashpoint. Seriously, folks, it reads this way: by officials to avoid a culture wars flashpoint. So the anti-whites, what are they telling you right there in Las Vegas? Now, by the way, this is part of the trillions? It's over $1 trillion of this infrastructure, I believe. And somebody in the live chat can correct me if I'm wrong there. This is the money that's being pushed out there, our money, our dollars being pushed out to cities. And they're using it to wage war on everybody who is not anti-white enough. Everybody who is not anti-white enough. And they know, they're revealing here this genius of a Associated Press want-to-be author. I'm sure probably has some sort of support to keep her head from toppling over because of the size of the brain in there, or manure. But they are well aware that there is a culture war. What have we said? What have I said for decades? Every race of mankind has a biospirit. We see this as with all of the other differences we can see. But this one is the most obvious. You can think of it as instinct. For all those people who try to malign and smear and lie about what we're like, biospirit, what is it? You can think of it, all of you midget wits out there can think of it as instinct. Okay, you feel better? You feel better? We'll get you a little bib. We'll get you a little bib and you won't mess your shirt anymore. Like instinct. Animals have instincts, right? And those instincts in an intelligent animal are manifested as culture. There are birds, for example. What's the kind of bird that collects? I think he's got a bright blue eye, and he collects different colored, otherwise useless items for his nest, and then he populates his nest. He even will group them together by color, so that the female will see, and then she'll say, "Wow, he's smart," and then want to go reproduce with. He builds the nest all by himself, and then she'll want to reproduce with him. That intelligence we can loosely call culture, what he's doing there. When it comes to the human animal, it's a bit more complex because it's more intelligent of an animal. We could still have souls, but we're in the body of an animal. And so we project our instinct, and where that projection meets our environment, we call that culture in its aggregate. When you get a bunch of white people together, they all project that instinct onto that environment. That aggregated instinct on the environment we call culture. Therefore, something like multiculturalism is impossible. When you can look through history, of course, I might be wrong, so consult MSNBC. But you can look through history and see that wherever you lump different groups of people together, differently biospiritually, and they two or more achieve numerical courage. In other words, they're not fearful of expressing their instinct on their environment, and they express it, you end up in a cultural arms race. And that is what, at bare minimum, they are alluding to here. Critical race theory is not taught in the Clark County School District. Superintendent Jesus Hara told school trustee on Thursday, the Las Vegas Review-Journal reported. The theory is a framework developed by legal scholars in the 1970s. Started in the 1970s. But Jason, I thought this whole thing was brand new and it was just rolled out. No, dum-dum. They just keep changing the names. That's why you call it Antiwhiteism. That's why you don't use the names they give to things. Centers on the lie that, quote, racism, in other words, white people are evil and white people, it is immoral to care about the victimization of white people, that racism is systemic, that it exists outside of white people. So white people are evil, and it is all in the environment as well. It's just percolating, maybe from the Scots Oriole, I'm sure, and the gypsy moth. And it's in the U.S. institutions, and that magically serves to maintain the dominance of white people in the society they built. I mean, can you believe showing up? How does anybody believe this? How do the MAGA people, please come over, MAGA people. We are a movement of redemption. Stop being dumb. Stop it. Because you cannot continue to have discussions with anti-whites who say that, who craft an argument with these presuppositions that society, just like civilization, Western civilization, just fell out of the sky, and then white people just stole everything from the non-white people. They just took more than their fair share, and they've wielded their fair share. No, we built Western civilization. It's what we do. It's our instinct. That's what we do. And so then we have brought other people in, sometimes out of benevolence. Sometimes there were white people, sometimes there were non-white people who brought non-white people in for different services that were quite unfair to them and unfair to the white people who were put out of work. Evil institutions and the like that were happening all over the world, practiced by every group of people. They brought them in, and then for these anti-whites to have the gall to say that the systems that we create serve to maintain. Give us some examples of how it happens. They can't. That makes it an anti-white superstition. And I like to say to these people all the time, it makes you crazy. Several state legislatures have enacted bills preventing the theory from being taught. Can you believe it? People are standing up against it. People are standing up against it all over the world. We need to get to them. And we need to tell them things like critical race theory is anti-white. It is a subset of anti-whiteism, so that they can learn that and they can go out into the world and they can speak with the words of our narrative, which puts the conversation in our narrative where we are the heroes and the anti-whites are the villains. I cannot make this any easier. All right. So just so you know, from this article, what I really wanted to communicate is that they are moving forward not only the anti-whites, not only, and with billions of dollars here and there and everywhere and trillions total, thanks to the anti-whites at the top, not only to tell white children how evil they are and white people how evil and awful they are and how they all they can ever do is palliate their white guilt, and then they have to get right back at it, being deferential, surrendering their lives, surrendering their inheritance, surrendering their future, being white erased, celebrating the white erasure. Not only do they want that, and want you to demonstrate your anti-whiteism by actively engaging in anti-whiteism, not just saying that you're not going to be the boogeyman in their story, but you have to actually get out there and be anti-white. Not only is that happening, but they're putting together task forces to come after you. Remember, they are assigning redundancy, and they are going to come after you when you are not anti-white enough. That is what they're doing. Now, how do you stop this? You say. It's very easy. It's very legal. You look like the good guy. You stay in our story. You use our lexicon and dialectics, and you talk about these things. You use that lexicon, and it spreads. That's all you have to do. It can't be any easier than that. That is all you have to do. Biden's unlikely plan to use roads to fight racism. I assume he's going to build roads up to where the gypsy moths live, because he's going to take them out. This is from the BBC, folks. This is part of the massive infrastructure bill, and this is written by Tara. And we're going to see what she types away at. Oh, God, this looks like it's going to be really silly. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. I'm going to jump over here to Entropy because we already have some engagement. TJ, financially gifting. Get your raucous emojis together, folks. And I see you, Coconut. You snuck in the room. Hello, dear lady. How are you doing? Get those raucous emojis out. $25 by TJ to White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. There's Art Acrobats as well and Howard Long. We're having some fun. $25. TJ says, good blessings to white positive people all over the world. Absolutely. Thank you so very much for that, brother. And a big salute to you. Keep those raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen, because Ron financially gifted $50. 50 US dollars. God bless you, dear brother. Promethean hails. What does Ron have to say with that magnificent $50? Thank you for those raucous emojis. Jerome and Masumi Rabbit and Promethean Reckoning and Eric and Nathaniel Nelson, Southern Bloom, Brand Danger, Coconut, Promethean Reckoning again, making it happen. God bless you all. Ron says here, noble brother, I've missed compensating you for your guidance and insight the past few weeks, but I have not missed listening. I hope this makes up for it. Thank you for your leadership. You truly inspire us. Also, while I have never met her, I wish the best of everything and a peaceful heart to Fraulein Dresden in her time of need. Thank you very much for that, good brother. I just spoke with our sweet Fraulein day before yesterday, and she's still holding in there. And thank you so much for mentioning her. $50. The great Ron participating here in service to white well-being, having a good heart, folks. And you notice something else reading these articles. These are regime level articles. Our people write better than the typist. The bath salts hyped up typist, anti-white typist, making good money, I assume, until at least the white ones get replaced. Then those salaries will drop. But our people, they can write a note that is written with more heart, more passion, more education, more intelligence, with ease. And these people have, that there are several of them. Could you imagine? That's really the sad part. That's really the sad part, It's not even like one person is knocking this out, like typing it out on their cell phone really quickly, like often we do when we're just sending a message with a financial gift or something of that nature. These people are sitting down with intent of forethought of writing it, and then they send it to another, drug or drink or both induced anti-white monster, and they look over it, and then at the regime level, journalism, I guess we could say, news, I guess we could say, fiction really is what we should say. At least a third person will look at it. That's very often editor or copy editor, and that's at bare minimum. So three of these bath salt, hyped up monsters, anti-white monsters, look at these things and say, yeah, it looks like it's written fine to me. Looks like it's written just fine. Go ahead, send it out there. Thank you so much, Ron and TJ, both champions. We'll spin around really quickly over here. And we have the great, the one and only DB Cooper, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, good brother. I hope that baby Jason is doing magnificently. I'm a namesake. Just think about how much these anti-whites are going to freak out now. They have the Scots Oriole, and now they have the Jason DB Cooper over there. Look at his namesake. You're gonna have to change his name. They're really gonna freak out when they find out about that. Thank you so much, DB Cooper. All right, what's going on here? First last says volume, sound in and out. Is it really? Is it me? Is it First Last's? Great to see you, First Last. Is it just his connection? Is everybody experiencing sound coming and going? Let's see what our stream health is. Well, our stream health is excellent. Excellent. They say over here on YouTube. So we should be okay. Let me see before we jump on to our next story of what the anti-white nuts are up to. And we have, of course, we had the great, yes, you can, Rory. We had the great moderators coming in to tickle robustly the very jealous folks from elsewhere in the white sympathetic sphere that they just can't get enough. They come in and they want to come over and they want to say, damn you for having success. Don't you know that in the white sympathetic sphere, you're just supposed to look like a villain and not accomplish anything and ruin people's lives? Elaine Sabatino, great to see you, sweet sister. Crucible is awesome, she says. Jason, nice work. I wonder if Amazon will let me post a review. They've removed my comments on Sad's stories book. Really? Yeah, it is so obvious, folks. The great Sloths is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. It is so obvious that powerful anti-whites are seeing what we're doing here, and they're seeing that this saves white people. So what they need to do is, what they've done before, is to make this into these abstractions. And so they are preventing reviews of Gad Saad's book. You're not the only one. My review was removed, and I lost my right to ever review on Amazon. And it was a completely legitimate review. It was a completely fair review. There was no cussing. I purchased the book. Everything was legitimate. But they do not want people, the anti-whites, finding out about the good work that we're doing here. They want all white people to give Gad Saad millions of dollars and then make everything that we're doing here into an abstraction so that it once again destroys the physical and the spiritual essence of our people on the altar of the ideas that comes from that flesh and that spirit. Insane. But we are the people who are not going to allow that to happen any longer. We're going to put an end to that. And of course, we have the great Mr. V, who is hard at work, sleepless nights, lucubrating all night long to make sure that the world knows about these anti-whites, their endeavor to turn everything that we have done into an abstraction. That if anything if it's going to benefit any people, it's going to be some non-white race, some non-white race out there. And then ultimately all the anti-whites of any races. Afraid Yet Brave is with us. Hello and welcome. Promedian Healing says those shirts were just made by Italian suit makers. Which shirts? The high school? Let's see. Yonash says Indian is a person of ancestry in the Americas. IND. Oh, okay, I see. Indian person is a person from India. I see. Nativist says, thank you for all you do. Hello from the UK. Thank you so much, brother. Talentless typist wants his TP back. Maybe. I made plenty of TPs when I was a kid. When I was a little baby goat. Dean Wood said, Jason, did you hear about the New Zealand? Yes. From you. Moments ago. I reread that. That's okay. We're going to jump over here and keep rolling along with the BBC News, which never lies. Where are we? We're right at the top of the hour. 6 in Washington, D.C. Tucked into U.S. President Joe Biden's expensive infrastructure bill. Tucked into it, folks. The reality is you look into this for yourselves and you'll see. It might be that the infrastructure bill is all about anti-whiteism. It might be. You'll have to check it out for yourself. It might be that these are a lot of pretexts and pretenses to we're going to do this for your infrastructure or that for your infrastructure. In fact, we may have talked about the bill and showed you the bill and told you how many pages it went from. Do you remember? Do we know? Can we say in the chat? Like a dozen pages to over 1,000 pages? So it was a dozen pages of infrastructure. And it had this price point, and then it went to over 1,000 pages, and the price point went up, and then there were all of these priorities written into it for all of these other things other than infrastructure, and then there was going to be a panel put in. Am I right? You'll have to check it out. Called CNN. So it's just tucked in there, according to the anti-whites. So these anti-whites in this article at the BBC, they're actually upset about this because it's not anti-white enough. It's not anti-white enough. Tucked into the U.S. President Joe Biden's expansive infrastructure bill is a plan that's like tucking a 18-wheeler into your garage. That's pretty much what that's like. Tucking an 18-wheeler into your one-car garage. It's just tucked in there. It's tucked. You can hardly see it for all of the wreckage. Is a plan to knock down racist, heretical roads. The roads are racist, folks. The roads that he says harm, and then here they use a mean pathogen minority. Nope, they're non-white communities. But not everyone he's trying to help agrees. So can you imagine these these racist roads out there? What happens on a racist road? If you're non-white, you're just driving down and you just hear like these bodiless racial epithets coming up from the asphalt. I mean, what happens? Does it put more friction on your wheels so you burn through more gas? How does a racist road actually work? Well, the anti-whites will explain. A fine layer of soot covers the straw yellow paint of the wooden houses that line Interstate 81, a highway in downtown Syracuse, New York State, held up by rusted steel girders and dingy pillars of cement. Do you hear this fiction writer here? Does this have anything to do with news? This is all about the anti-white narrative. Already they have this: non-whites are wrongly put upon. The soot somehow finds them. Magic soot. Magic racists, probably carried by the gypsy moths. And they probably, with their little wings, they blow away the soot off the white people homes, and it just lands on the non-white people homes. And it's just rusty steel. Can you imagine complaining? Could you imagine going to another country and you get to live in some other people's country, you get to work for a living, you get to earn what you have, and then complain about every single thing that they have erected that you chose to live in and among? Can you imagine? The rusty steel girders. Would they know what steel is? How about those pillars of cement? Would they know what that is? Would they have pillars of cement? Probably. They probably have better. There was a movie, right, about a place in Africa, and they had, people were flying around. I think they had flying cars and spaceships. But I mean, can you complaining? The steel. These folks live better than the kings of Europe just a couple hundred years ago, a few hundred years ago. And they're complaining about all of this modern infrastructure that they have. And it's not as good as the billionaire property community. So therefore, white people have to suffer. The road from which car exhaust billows out to choke passersby with the sound of lorry tires can be heard day and night, cuts the surrounding neighborhood in two. Move. We have all lived in areas, or almost every one of us have lived in areas that we thought, you know what, I don't like this, I don't like that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work and I'm going to save up my money, and then I'm going to move someplace else. And it might be a little better. It might be just as bad, but bad in a different way. I'm going to move. But what these anti-whites would have you believe is that these people are somehow trapped by the gypsy moth, working for the evil white race. And they just can't get out of these wretched places, which, by the way, the photograph they provide, it looks very nice. The neighborhood looks quite nice. So I don't know what they're talking about. You have to put up with the sound of the automobiles going by. Yeah, that's why you bought that house, because the property value was lower because there was the sound of traffic. That's why you live there. But no, what they want is an excuse, a pretext to victimize Western kind. You have to make this better for them because you're white. They might have chosen to live there. They might be choosing not to move away. They might be of a mindset, an intelligence, a whatever, a temperament that they can't get their stuff together, their shit together, and get to someplace else. And therefore, you are at fault, white man, white woman, white child. And we're going to take away your future from you to give to them. And really, giving to them is immaterial. The anti-whites at the top, they probably take it all for themselves. They don't care for these people. Get real. So it cuts the surrounding. Look at the words that this anti-white twit, right? Talk about, they just grab these fiction writers right out of these torrid, ghastly little fiction writing, short story, pulp fiction nonsense environments. And they say, yes, we know that you were writing about tentacled aliens sucking the brains out of people last week, but tomorrow you're going to be writing about how evil the white race is. We're going to pay you big bucks for it. A housing estate, Pioneer Homes, lies to the east at the bottom of a hill. To the west, there's more public housing. Wait, did you just say public housing? You mean it's free? You mean we are paying for it? It's free to them and we have to pay for it, and you're going to complain. So there's more public housing along with the little yellow houses primarily, and then they use the mean pathogens so that you will continue to keep your defenses down. A minority, we call it for what it is, non-white owned homes. So wait, there are homes owned by non-white people. And you want me to, I don't own a house. How many white people today don't own homes? Ownership is plummeting, home ownership. And you want to victimize me for these non-white people who own homes. You know what I would do? Because I have a few gray cells to rub together. If I ended up in one of these homes beside the highway, I would probably lease a bunch of the rooms out and then pay for my mortgage that way. And then I would probably have to go into business with a non-white person, because as a white man, it is becoming increasingly difficult. Not just becoming, it's been this way for many decades, to get business loans, to get personal loans for small business and things, ideas like this, to buy homes. And I would have to go into business with some non-white person and get a loan, and then get a loan from a bank, get another house, maybe then I would move out of that house and I would let out the other room. That's what I would do instead of staying there for decades. And guess what? There are non-white people who do that sort of thing as well. Or I'm looking at this picture and I see plenty of room. If somebody was a mechanic, they could have their day job and they could repair cars on the side of their house one at a time, make extra money, fix up cars and sell them for a bunch of money. But no, Jason, you just need to be victimized. You can't be victimized if these people have agency, for God's sake. So let's continue. And a few non-white owned businesses. Non-white owned businesses. I don't own a business, but I should be victimized for the non-white people who own businesses, because they decided to start business near this highway where this road dust and noise would vex them. And they paid a lot less for the real estate because of it. That's how it works. Civil rights, in other words, swindle whites. And thank you to First Last for that. Swindle whites, anti-whites, call this mile of the interstate a, quote, racist highway. Because roads like this one divide non-white neighborhoods. They divide non-white neighborhoods and pollute these communities. Urban planners want to tear it down. And now President Joe also has it in his sights. I mean, can you believe this? You know damn well and good, if we look back at who owned these homes before these non-white people owned these homes, it was white people. How much would you like? It's just like neighborhood after neighborhood. You find an old neighborhood and it's full of non-white people, and you look back and it's almost with certainty, every single case, not everyone, but almost, you find that, well, it used to be all owned by white people. So at some point they carved that road through the white people neighborhood. So therefore, obviously these people, when they put that road there in order to connect towns and cities, and people celebrated it, it was really just because these far-sighted evil white people could see that the day would come when the white people would move out of that neighborhood, and then the dust and noise of the road would pollute and harm the non-white people that live there. Mwah! I mean, these people are such a joke. Mr. Biden has put his weight behind an expansive $1 trillion infrastructure plan that, if passed, would become the biggest investment in America's roads, because that's what they're going to be working on. Roads. Now, get this. I can see this already at the end of this, at the end of this paragraph, at the very end of the paragraph. Very cunning of you. Who is this? Who is the author of this trash? Tara. Oh, Tara. Tara, you've been a propagandist for so long, sweet. Put down the crack pipe. Put it down. You're going to have to break that habit. And tell the John to leave your room. Mr. Biden has put his weight behind an expansive $1 trillion infrastructure plan that, if passed, would become, now wait for it, folks, it's coming up here at the end of the paragraph, the biggest investment in America's roads, bridges, and byways in decades. An enormous political undertaking, the package would not only tackle repairs on old power lines and potholed roads, replace drinking water pipes, and expand broadband access, but also aims to address climate change and racial inequalities. And actually, folks, that's all that when we read the bill, that's the meat of it. That's where the money's going. That's where the force is going. But Tara here, she knows well that when you read this, she wants you to believe by the end of that, when you read that paragraph, that this is just all about things that are going to benefit you and the country and people being able to get information and to get from one point to another point and have clean water and safe bridges. She wants you to believe all of that. And then as an afterthought, this anti-white bitch of a propagandist just tucks this in. She tucks it in. Do you see how I did that to you, Tara? Tucks it in. The same way she tries to tuck into that. What are those things called again? Those suits that very heavy women wear. Spanx. The very same way that she tucks herself into her Spanx. she just tucks herself in. It gets harder all the time, doesn't it, Tara? But fat is beautiful. Fat is beautiful because diabetes is beautiful and heart disease is beautiful. But yeah, she tucks it in here at the very end of the paragraph. It includes $1 billion for $1 billion, inconceivable to even the mind to comprehend, for reconnecting communities. Wow. Let's jump down a bit here. Well, here's some lovely photographs of, when they talk about non-white people, they almost always just use black people. Now, I know that black people are like 97% of the population of the United States. I'm sorry. Something like 12 to 13%. But it looks that way. But they're talking about just all non-white people, but it's always all black people for some reason that they show. Here we go. And because I know this is fiction by Tara, I want to get to the end, since she used to be a good fiction writer over at Literotica, where she used to write porn. She ends here. What'd she say at the? I'm guessing that the end here is going to be something. Her sister lives down the block, and other relatives too. In the back, she has a peach tree and a lush yard. Quote: I did do all the hedges, she said. See how pretty it is. Okay, so now that's the penultimate paragraph. So this is what a good anti-white propaganda. I've read so much of this garbage. I know this is the setup for the knockdown. So she's saying there, look how hard this non-white person. God, Tara, you are so predictable. You are so predictable. I have a little bit of a foul taste in my mouth for you because of just your predictability alone. You wretched little freak, you. Her sister. So this is the setup. She works so hard to have this little peach tree in the backyard. I'm sure she does. I'm sure it is lovely. I like working in the yard as well. And she does all the hedges herself. Good. That's wonderful. You know what she's doing? That's called curb appeal. And she'll elevate the price of her home. And then she'll be able to sell that damn thing, get away from that dust and all that noise that they were talking about earlier, right? So this is the setup that a fiction writer does. That's an anti-white. And here comes the knockdown. In other words, it's set up that she just does all this. She's so strong. She's so tough. She's trying her hardest. And let's see I could be wrong. Watch it be wrong. Mrs. Gaston, 61, supports the president, but she was more concerned with everyday matters than campaign promises. Dust blown up from the highway covered the furniture. Quote, I got the furniture wipes, the wet ones, close quote, she said, wiping her finger across the table. I just go around every day Well, thank you, sweet. That's how it ended. Tara, boy, you did do it. You are such a little twit. You absolutely, just as predicted, you set it up. Look at how hard she works out there working on the hedgerow. She's just so wrongly put upon, wrongly suffering. She has to deal with the dust. I got a suggestion, honey. Close the windows. Close the windows. Close the windows. If the dust is coming in, close the windows. And if you have, if you're having an issue with dust in the house, there's something called a filter in your HVAC system. It's circulating air. Change that sucker at least once every 6 months in most systems. So close the windows, change the filter regularly, and you're not going to see that dust anymore. And if it's a really big problem and you don't want to have to go through the arduous work of getting a wet wipe to wipe up the dust from the highway, which, by the way, I've lived close to highways, and I don't recall yellow highway dust. What is that? Anyhow, if that's happening and you just can't put up with it anymore, move. I'm guessing Mrs. Gaston is a black woman. There's a picture of a black woman here. I don't know if it's the same one, but if she's a non-white woman, she's definitely going to be able to go to a bank and then say, give me a loan. And if the bank doesn't, she'll be able to sue the hell out of them into non-existence and then never have to work a day in her life. So just go get yourself a loan, honey, and it'll all be over. And we're going to end on, are we going to end on that note? No. Really quickly, I just want to say this. Voting advocates say Women's Equality Day has a complicated and, yes, and this is the quote, racist history. So I just wanted to share that because, folks, white women out there, you won't be able to get your goodies and sell out the white race anymore. They're coming for you. They only needed you all for so long. Only needed you for so long. And now they're coming for you. And it's been going on now for a little while. And of course, the women here in service to white well-being, they're the good ones. But every other white woman out there, especially those who have been benefiting from anti-whiteism and going along with it because you were a woman and you had loyalty to your sex and to those really drab, ugly little female birds out there. And so you want to build them up now. What a sickness. What a mental sickness they have. Good God. They're coming for you now. They're coming for you. They're saying that, it used to be when we say in this article, Women's Equality Day, it's focusing too much on you white ladies. So you know what? There's the door. Get to the back of the room, maybe get on your hands and knees so that the non-white woman can stand on your backs. And then it'll be fair. Then we'll have equity. So forget about everything, white ladies. They're coming, and I couldn't be happier that they're coming to victimize white women as much as they have white men. Bring it on, anti-whites, please. Yes, more of these articles, more of these projects, more of these endeavors. Persecute the hell out of the white women as much as you have the white men, so that white men and women can stand shoulder to shoulder again. Bring it on. And we have to end on this, folks. And I'll take your questions and comments when we come back from a short break, as we are now nearing the bottom of the second hour. These going frees are going to be now 2 to 3 hours max. This one, folks, quote, racism, not a real concept, so I put it in quotes for you. Heresy is magnifying the deadly impact of rising city heat. Oh, they're just getting cooked alive. They're getting cooked alive by the evil white man. Scientists, so-called scientists, and this is over at nature.com, another regime mouthpiece. Scientists, pseudoscientists too, all of you mature adults, are mapping correlations. What do you mean, not causations? Between race, poverty, and heat in cities, and suggesting solutions to reduce the dangers. Are they going to suggest that white people be put into very hot environments? Luis Rodriguez holed up in his kid's bedroom last month as a brutal heat wave baked his Los Angeles neighborhood and the rest of the southwestern United States. The space was their only room with an air conditioning unit and the safest place in the house when temperatures outside soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Okay, so he has an air conditioning unit, a place to go, a house to live in or apartment to live in, a job that he can work at, and so it sounds like he's living the life. And if he doesn't like it, if he doesn't like living in a locale that is as hot as Los Angeles, maybe he should move to a cooler clime. But this, of course, the anti-whites, folks, there is no depth to the lying pretexts that they will employ to victimize Western kind and Western civilization. And then, of course, we're going to have the propping up about how hard it is for Rodriguez. All day, Rodriguez tapped on his computer, working remotely as a volunteer manager for Tree People, a nonprofit environmental organization in Beverly Hills, California, that plants and cares for trees across Los Angeles. What a beautiful soul he has. So here goes the prop up. He's so wonderful. Why don't they just put, lighter versions of his childhood? Why not just grab even more innocent looking photos of other children and put them up and say, here's what he looked like when he was 10. His two young sons crammed into, now here comes their wonderful souls, and look at them suffer because of the white race, crammed into the bedroom with, yes, Baldur, with him to avoid the dangerous heat. Give me an absolute break. Only as evening fell would they emerge after temperatures in the house had climbed so high that it was cooler outside. Guess what? I just went through that. I have a window unit as well, bitches. And so do all the white people who live there, suffering with the same amount. Could you, can you just really imagine an environment where the anti-whites, where the people have become so sick, the anti-whites have you so wrapped up in their anti-white narrative that they can say, here you have a city of people of all of these different races, but the ones that are suffering are the non-white ones. They're being cooked alive, and it's the fault of white people because, you could just tell from the title of the article that white people have created conditions and systems of society that cause non-white people to have to live in these environments that are oh so hot without adequate or ample or abundant or more than necessary cooling for their asses. Not a bead of sweat can drip down the cracks of their asses without it being the white man's fault. The boys played in the shade for fear of spontaneous combustion. Of a fig tree. Oh my God, you're kidding. You were joking. It actually says, this is by somebody called Alexandra over at nature.com. And I am no connection to the BBC article and Tara the twit over there. Get this, folks. I'm not joking. The boys played in the shade of the fig tree Rodriguez planted in front of his house. We just read Tara, the anti-white. This is so cut and paste. The unbelievable, the evil of these people and the effrontery. In front of his house, as much for its large shade-producing leaves as for the delicate fruit. What you mean he's non-white and he wasn't forbidden to plant a tree in his front yard? So he was able to purchase this tree and the tools required to plant it in the front yard, and the HOA or whatever it is allowed him to plant the tree in the front yard for the shade or whatever else, the fruit they have to eat, because I'm sure that if the prices go up at the grocery store, it's the white man's fault. Look at this histrionic garbage. From Los Angeles to Lagos. So all around the world, the non-white people are suffering because of the white race. Extreme heat is a growing problem. As temperature, it almost reads like, I guarantee you this one came from some sort of Alexandra. She was definitely an author for some erotic literature online, or some, one of these books that have $1 billion industry. The extreme heat is a growing problem. So last week she was talking about the extreme heat turned her on, and now it's a growing problem. Just depends. It's just, are you writing fiction for the anti-white narrative, or are you writing fiction to entertain sloppy, ugly, disgusting people? As temperatures soar and heat waves become more common because of global warming, people living in cities are particularly at risk. Move. Asphalt, concrete, and other surfaces. Why hasn't the white race produced other kinds of surfaces so that these people won't be hot? They absorb the heat and emit it. And they make many urban environments a degree or two warmer than the environments outside. The urban environments than the rural environments. Wow. I think Rodriguez's problem is he lives in a desert and he's planted a fig tree to keep he and his family cool. I think that's his problem. But let me see. To reduce, there's so much garbage in here. Oh my God. They have like chapter titles to this fiction. Fatal Conditions is one. And let's see. Inequality in hotspots. And by that, they're not talking about places where you can get tapped into the internet. Inequality in hotspots. Well, how would you remedy this? Let's see what the Alexandra writes here on the last paragraph. Redlining practice. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's take a step up because we got to see what she's talking about. Penultimate paragraph, folks. One major driver for today's differential heat exposure was a federal loan program created by Congress in 1933. So you're at fault, 3-year-old white child, which was meant to help people pay their mortgages during the Great Depression. The corporation overseeing the loans drew up detailed neighborhood maps in 239 U.S. cities. Now, I'm going to pause there, I'm going to pause there because in 1933, what was the United States? 90% white? Okay. Check it, look it up for yourself. But so we'll pause there because you need that information, I'm sure. The corporation overseeing the loans drew up detailed neighborhood maps in 239 U.S. cities, ranking them from A, and then parenthetical, perceived as the safest place. What do you mean perceived? Alexandra, no. You are conflating feelings with thinking, dum-dum. Cupcake, you are conflating feelings with thinking. Why are I could guess at why you would be doing conflating feelings with thinking, but they're not the same thing. So it's not a perception. It's not just a perception. They didn't go in there and say, how does this space feel to me? Does it feel dangerous? Does it feel comfortable? No. I'm sure they looked at arrests, dumbass. I'm sure that's what they looked at. You know the sound that goes through Alexandra's head is that one when you're drinking something through a straw and you hit the very bottom of the liquid, and it's just like that, something, nothing. That's all that goes through this anti-white's head. Perceived as the safest place for banks to invest. To D, so A is the safest place by way of a perception. I mean, just like, how do you feel? Can you just see two guys tasked with this? How far have we fallen, for God's sake, for Christ's sake? How far have we fallen? Could you see two white guys go out to a city and one's like, Ted, how do you feel? You feeling safe? I mean, give me a break. So then it says to D perceived as the riskiest. I wonder if they actually use that word, the riskiest. I'm inclined to think that the banks were probably saying, which are the dangerous areas? Where are the areas where crime is low? Where are the areas where crime is high? Ted, do you feel like this is a risky area? So neighborhoods with a high percentage of, there's that word we never use. So we say non-white, she says, non-white racial or ethnic groups or immigrants were almost that close to a policy, but not there. So Alexandra is just going to tell us how she feels about it. Almost inevitably graded as D. And then dash, often with racist annotations from the corporation representative. Dash, and marked as red on city map. Really? So did they say this is a dangerous area? And did, instead of saying everybody's equal except for these people are better than us, non-white people, or how about did they not write people of color excluding the white race from humanity? Did they not do that, Alexandra? Did they write like, oh, this is a black neighborhood, this is a Hispanic neighborhood, and it's really dangerous? And then when they put in the rest of the information, demographics, psychographics, did they fill it in there that it was a particularly or primarily a black or primarily Hispanic neighborhood or something like that? And therefore, you are going to put this dash to draw attention to that verbiage used. And it didn't even happen all the time. It was just happened, she says, almost inevitably. So in other words, banks who are lending their customers money with fractional banking, lending some of their customers money out there, which, by the way, you don't get back. If they lend out money that they created out of thin air, if that even happens, ask CNN, and they lose that money, they just count it as your money. They don't count it as the money they invented out of thin air. So banks who are concerned with the money that they lend for homes to help people out of the Great Depression, they wanted their loans to go to safe areas. Damn them. How can you believe it? Instead of unsafe areas. So then this redlining practice back in 1933 led to the deliberate decisions that affect nearly all aspects, nearly all, there you get it again, nearly all aspects, oh, she feels it, of many U.S. cities, including access to schools and parks and other communities and facilities. Really, it couldn't be that these areas, and we can look across like places like Detroit, there are so many cities where they were magnificent at one point, and then something changed. And for life of me, I don't know what changed, but something changed, and now they look like Mogadishu. I don't know what it is. Maybe you should check it out for yourself. So she's going to blame federal loan programs in 1933 on white babies being born today, and statisticians going out and ascertaining which would be good neighborhoods for investment and which would be bad neighborhoods for investment. And you know what? I'd be willing to bet, especially since she says almost always, that a lot of those bad neighborhoods were also white neighborhoods. So they said that is a neighborhood that is, there are more arrests there, it's lower income, and so that's not going to be a place that you want to loan people money to go and live in, because it's not going to be the place where the investment is going to have a return. The people who live there are unlikely to pay back the money we give them. I remember I got into a big argument with this anti-white woman and fairly rich. Well, her husband, rich. And she was talking about the housing crash years ago. And since she was anti-white, she was of the opinion that, of course, this was all just predatory lending on the non-white population of America. And we really can't talk about, of course, on YouTube, but there are some people who say that these banks, and you all can research this for yourself, get voices from all sides, They were compelled by the government and anti-white organizations. In fact, Rahm Emanuel, was it Rahm Emanuel or his brother, bragged in a speech he gave, check it out for yourself, that he was part of lawsuits that were carried out against banks and put banks into bankruptcy for not giving loans to people who could not pay them back. So the banks were loaning money to people who could not pay back, of all races, who could not pay back the loans. And then the people defaulted, and the banks want the money. They don't want the houses. And so what the banks did, there are people who argue this, I'm not saying this, is they took all of these bundles of loans, and then they sold them to white investors. Primarily, it was the upper middle class of white people, and they said, hey, this is going to be a great investment. It's going to return all this money, when they knew all along that it was never going to pay back. It was going to go flat. And that is how you got that crash. Some would argue that. Look into it for yourself. So I told this woman, I said, tell me something. And I really wanted to say, tell me something, dumbass, but I held back. I said, tell me something. How is it predatory lending if they can't pay back? And she sat there like with a spine all erect and her eyes blinking real big, like the dumbass anti-white that she was, trying to figure out how it could be predatory lending when you don't have the ability to pay it back. No, folks, it's only predatory lending when you have the ability to pay it back, and they are either give you an initial interest rate that is exorbitant, or it's one of these adjustable ones, and they just keep cranking it up. They do it to white people all the time. And when we come back, though, we will take a look at your questions and comments, and we'll move right along with the gathering.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, folks, we're going to bring Baldur on right now because he's got to go to sleep. So we are going to call him and have a chat.
Hi.
Hello, brother. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Good deal. Glad that we could have you on before you have to conk out for the night. Let me see. Damn planet has to be a globe and cause people to be so far ahead in time. Let's see. Where is our... I know I have it here somewhere. Okay, not there. Up here. We will get... How are you doing, by the way?
I'm doing fine. Thanks.
Any thoughts that you want to jump on before we do that you'd like to share?
No.
Well, that sounds good. We could jump right into this, brother. We have, folks, this is the great Baldur. He's got, he's doing the translations, if you're new to this, to the lexicon of going free in Icelandic. And this is not an easy task at all. And we are very grateful that he is doing it. So, brother, please, sir, take it away.
Okay. We were at, is it Border Crosser?
Border Crosser, yes. Yep, that's where we were.
It's Landamæra Röltari.
All right, let me turn you up. Let's hear that again, nice and slow for everybody. Now, Border Crosser, folks, is something that we use. It's a wonderful euphemism for those who cross borders. And we some of those people in seriousness are wonderful people, and some of them are not so wonderful. That's the reality of the world. But certain words, certain phrases for such people are cause those who object to just anything other than no borders existing to be penalized. And so we use this border crosser for those who cross the borders. And here we have the Icelandic translation. Please, sir.
All right. Again, Border Crosser is Landamæra Röltari.
Wow. So, and is this pretty much a direct translation, and does it make sense to the folks you use it with?
It's not quite a direct translation. Crosser, it doesn't quite mean crosser, to cross borders, but rölta means to walk, but it's like it's kind of a sarcastic, it's a mockery. So you go for a rölt, quote unquote, when you're you took a walk around your neighborhood or something. They're just casually walking across the borders, just violating our laws. And so I thought it was funny, Landamæra Röltari, rölta over the borders.
I like that interpretation of it because it's going to get folks' attention. Yes, well done. Well, and you've used it with folks then.
Yeah, I have.
And how do they respond?
They don't lash out. They, I think, like once I got some negative response, but I just doubled down on it. Like, what's wrong? They are walking across our borders, rölta, and of course they can't say anything. I mean, so.
Right. Well, that's perfect.
Perfect.
That's absolutely perfect. All right. What do we have next?
It's chimera.
Yes, the English word. Now, this is there a direct translation? It looks like you have two words here.
Yeah, I'm really, I haven't figured this one out, unfortunately.
Well, tell us your thinking there, and then anybody who also speaks Icelandic maybe can contribute in the thread afterward.
Yes, please. So I found this at the back of the book. Where is it? Chimeras. Okay. People and depictions of people in art, children's toys, etc., that are race and sexless.
Yes.
So that's the meaning of it. And so since chimera, now it's just some mythological being,
Yep.
it makes no sense to Icelanders. Apparently, this is something that, I mean, is this very well known in the United States?
Well,
chimera,
not very well known, and we pronounce it chimera. And
Chimera.
yeah, and yeah, it's from Greek mythology, and it's this horrible monster that's made of different pieces of other monsters, and so then we just employ it, as you articulated right there, to be these things where you can't tell what it is anymore. It's like this featherless biped, but you don't really know. So I'm guessing, since it's Greek origin, I'm wondering, and maybe folks can sound in on this when the video is up and in the thread, that would it be best to just use chimera if there isn't a easy translation into Icelandic?
Thing is, chimera, it sounds a lot like camera, and I don't think that Icelanders would pick up chimera. So what I tried was to create because Icelandic has this ability that you can, concatenate words together.
Right.
And so stitch them together. And so I tried something like the first one there, kynblendingsskrýpi. Now this is a very negative one. Kynblendingur, kyn is gender in this context. Blanda is a mixture, and skrýpi is like not quite an abomination, but like it sounds something to that effect. Mm-hmm. And I'm just trying some variants. And then the other is kynleysingi. Leysingi is it's lacking, like it's lacking a clear sex or race.
Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to do some thinking, and please, if someone has some feedback, I'd love to hear it.
Well, that's perfect. That's exactly what we are coming together for in these gatherings, so that we can empower each other to recapture our destiny. Let's move on to the final word for today, then, before we let you go off to dreamland, good brother.
All right, it's collectivism. Now, this was incorrectly translated in the dictionary because this was only really used in Iceland due to the Soviet Union. They had these collectivized farms. And so Icelanders just looked at them. So the incorrect translation is sameignahyggja. Sameign is the same sharing property.
Okay.
So right. I mean, the Icelanders, they just looked at these collectivized farms and said, they're sharing property, and they applied that translation. It's incorrect. And so I just came up with my own here. Sameiningarhyggja. Sameining is unity. And so it's like the ideology of being unified. Sameiningarhyggja. And then hópahyggja, the other one. Hópur is a group. So it's like a groupism. It's very difficult to translate collectivism. We don't have a word for collective.
Interesting.
But the word hópahyggja, although I did come up with this independently, but apparently libertarians have come up with it. I've seen hópahyggja used in libertarian circles in Iceland. And so that could work, hópahyggja. but apparently they're trying to, I mean, in a libertarian circle, it has a negative connotation, right? And so perhaps the former sameiningarhyggja is better, unityism.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. Well, we're going to definitely have to work with that one as well and get feedback from others who are speakers of Icelandic in the thread of this video to see if we can narrow it down on the most powerful locution and do as we always do, submit it to the scientific method to recapture our destiny. But you're the best, brother. We keep you up late at night and all the way up there on top of the world, way ahead of us in the day, and we know it's deep into the night now. So thank you so very much for all this hard work and for being willing to come on and share this. And we'll just keep going through this, and we'll just keep making it happen, because we have to. So often our brothers and sisters in the States, I talk with them, and they say, well, we got to protect places like Iceland, and we got to protect places like in Eastern Europe. We got to let these people know, well, they're our people, and yes, they do need to be inoculated so that what has already happened here and getting worse can't come to the same pace, and then we lose everything. So God bless you for the work you're doing, brother. It's magnificent. Any thoughts before I let you go?
Oh, one thing.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, we were talking about the biospirit.
Oh, yeah.
So the translation "livmoder" doesn't always, people don't quite understand it immediately, but you said you were going to think about something for me to use.
Oh, for biospirit?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look at any notes I wrote down. That's from 2 weeks ago? Okay. I'll take a look at what I wrote down.
All right.
Yeah, if you were, let me just ask this question. If you were to say to people in English biospirit and then translate it with a sentence,
right?
Would they be able to, first of all, would it be easy enough for them to pronounce biospirit, so and it's therefore easy to remember? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's you can just say biospirit.
Oh,
perfect.
They would get the, okay, perfect then. All right. Well, let me take a look at my notes, because that might be the best way. That might be the best approach, especially since we often see across the West that when there's a foreign concept that does make its way across a boundary, and into another one of our languages, it's for some reason they very often carry like an automatic like official like almost like a sentiment with it. It's like it's automatically an official thing because it made it here, and it gets recognized as such. Whereas if you neoterized a new word in your own language, people will, I mean, look at all the trouble that I'm having with English speakers, and these are words that are not made up out of whole cloth. You know, these are words that already exist and they're just put together. So I'll take a look at those notes, brother. But fabulous having you on again, and we'll absolutely have you back next week.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Promethean Hails. Talk to you soon.
Promethean Hails. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That, folks, is the one and only Baldur. You know him. He's a great champion. And we love having him on. And now I'm an Eindelen on your screen. A glowing Eindelen. What's next for the rest of the gathering? Well, folks, we're going to talk about a great success. And we're going to jump over to this article. You remember this woman? You remember her? Khilanani. Aruna Khilanani. She was not an anti-white, non-white person, educated. Where was she educated? Did it say? I think she was talking to Yale. Was she like Harvard or something like this? And I'm sure it was just her race had nothing to do with it. And I'm sure that the white people that did not get the slot didn't get it because it was completely fair and the race was not considered of the white people. Anyhow, she, believe it or not, as an anti-white, as an anti-white, believe it or not, she, in a lecture at Yale, said she wanted to kill white people. Talked about unloading a gun into their heads. At least I think so. That's what everybody is saying, right? It was big news. This is over, and this. Oh wow! Look at the author, Alacanandra. Alacanandra is your. I've heard of Alacadabra, but Alacanandra. Maybe that's a female magician. Would you just say Alacanandra and then something wonderful? I don't know. But Alacanandra wrote this, and she typed away, and it says here, New York-based psychiatrist Aruna Khilanani, who earned outrage over her, quote, shoot whites lecture. That's not all she said. I remember her saying something like that she wanted to load a gun and then unload it into the head of white people. And just a sweetheart, a wonderful lady. So wouldn't that be nice if you had hired her to be your psychiatrist and you were white and you're thinking, you know, you're so white guilted. You want to go out there, you want to give tons of money to a non-white doctor and you're going to share your deepest thoughts with, and she's looking at you with absolute hatred. How often does that happen? How often does it happen where you have a non-white surgeon or a non-white oncologist or not, where they are, I'm not saying it's happened. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. But how often do you have a anti-white, non-white person who is supposed to care for you, maybe working on your automobile, and who hates you like Khilanani hates you? How often does that happen? Something to think about when you are giving your country over. She was bombarded with embarrassing 1-star ratings. Khilanani came under fire after she claimed that she fantasized about, quote, here it is, unloading a revolver into the head of white people that got in her way, close quote. The backlash saw Twitter calling for Khilanani to be fired, although she isn't technically affiliated with the university. But a quick Google search on the doctor reveals that her Manhattan-based private practice has now been permanently closed. That, my friends, is a huge victory, because if you all recall, we organized the great Naderific and Nathaniel and Biospirit of the West and others in the outreach team. We got a letter together, and people hammered. So many wonderful folks out there in service to white well-being said this is an outrage, and they sent messages. They bombarded the board there that holds her license. And I guarantee you, a concerted effort is far more powerful than just random, somebody saying she should be fired on Twitter. People actually reaching out and saying this is violently anti-white. That got people's attention. That got her business partners' attention. That got the attention of the board that holds her license. They got the attention of Yale. Yes, they are anti-white, but they get very nervous when you let me step back. They don't give a damn when you write them and say, this woman is racist to white people. They don't give a damn about that because they think you're an idiot, because you are. But you don't have to remain one. But when you write up and you say, this is anti-white, this is anti-whiteism, this woman, and you go about it from our perspective, where we are moral, then they are put in the immoral position and they have to do something. They see a groundswell of moral indignation. That, my friends, is scary to anti-whites in power. Not some Aunt Nat twit talking about how the balloon's going to go up one day and he's going to finally do something That doesn't, they love that when you do that. You're their puppet. You're their Muppet. You're their streetwalker. You're doing everything they want you to do. When they see an uprising of moral indignation that can inspire people to act with morality and love in ways that can materialize as angry letters, angry phone calls, but can also materialize as boycotts, that can also materialize all the way up to what moral, angry indignation can always do. That, my friends, and that doesn't need to be said, doesn't need to be articulated. That, my friends, intimidates. So we have more from this, but her practice, done. This anti-white piece of filth, Aruna Khilanani, her practice is done. And it should be done. Her career should be done. Her license should be taken away. She should never again be permitted to lecture another class at Yale or at the goddamn community college down the street. Nowhere. Credentials yanked. Shunned from all of society. That's what needs to happen to Aruna Khilanani. No one should have her. And anyone who will employ her, anyone who would have her speak, their jobs too should be called for. Their licenses too should be called for. That is how we have to act. That is how we have to behave. And anybody out there in the white sympathetic sphere who's going to say, well, what really is that going to do? It's a victory, you empty-headed loser. It is a collective victory. And you build one collective victory after another, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. You just want an excuse to sit on your ass. While we go out there and have victory after victory, you criticize us. While we get out there and we get people, anti-whites, fired, we get them having to shut down their businesses. We play a huge role in that. And there's more to say about this. We play a huge role in that. While you sit around and document at little meetings where people shout about other races of mankind, and you think you're doing something, we just changed something. She's not going to be speaking to white students anymore about and normalizing the ideas of murdering white people. And then you see from these articles where these people, they try to walk it back, saying that, well, she was just, I mean, I don't know if it says in this article. I'll take a look. With over 16 years of experience in the medical field, the psychiatry experts, private practice. So they're trying to defend her, this abracadabra woman. Her lecture went viral. So, of course, they'll try to walk it back, and they'll say something. I don't know if they do so here. They probably do. Where they say, where they'll say something like, well, you know, she's just trying to provoke a discussion. She didn't actually mean, bravo, Sierra. She wasn't trying to provoke a discussion when she says she fantasizes about unloading guns into white people's heads. That's not the only discussion that's provoked is how fast her ass is out on the street. That's the only discussion that is provoked. You make sure this bitch can't even get gasoline at the gas station near her house. That is how you get things done. That is how you create the fear of the mad dog that the anti-whites have done to us. This woman would have gone around for who knows how long, normalizing, murdering white people with the excuse of promoting a discussion. And we shut her ass down. Why? Because we didn't just write on our Twitter or our Gab or our Facebook how gross she was and how she should get fired and how this shouldn't be allowed. We didn't just complain like the whole MAGA sphere and the conservatives do, where they just complain about these sorts of things. We didn't get over with the white sympathetics who speak with white negativity and talk about this woman's race. Her race doesn't matter whatsoever. The fact that she's anti-white, that's all that matters. And you know what else? She's not part of the puppies. So I guess this detonates the world for these idiots who want to blame everything on the puppies. Oh, but they'll say, well, they put her up to it. Sure. This woman, the problem is anti-white. You need to be able to name the anti-white. We did. And we targeted our responses at the boards and the personalities and the decision makers that needed to hear what we had to say about this mentally unstable person. So business is shut down. And now let me jump down to this. We have some testimonials that Natarific wanted to show with us. The campaign, we had to get the anti-white psychiatrist, Dr. Aruna Khilanani, one of the outreach team members, Biospirit of the West, who has been doing amazingly with his outreach comments, getting hundreds of likes while using the lexicon and MCs, posted this in the OT chat. He wrote, I got a reply from the letter. I got a reply letter from the state of New York about the letter of complaint I sent them about Dr. Khilanani. It said she is currently under investigational review for her actions, and they thanked me for alerting them to her. Let's get a huge round of applause to Biospirit of the West and to everybody else who participated. If you were one of the people who used the form letter or who wrote one of your own and you targeted the right places that we were talking about and the outreach team targeted, give yourself a pat on the back. If not, everybody should be applauding these people, because this is how it gets done. This is how we change the world for the recapture of our destiny. You want to talk about unloading revolvers into our heads? And we're going to make sure that your life is garbage, that you get fired everywhere you go, that your ass can't get gasoline at the gas station near your house, that your entire community around you hates you, and they ostracize you because people, morally righteous, indignant people, raise up their voices and say, enough is enough. We're not going to hear another word of it. And I'm going to tell you, this shows it again. Hold on, Rory. This demonstrates it again, that these people have to retreat. Once again, that they have to retreat. When do they retreat? When it's the morally righteous who come after them with the accusation of how anti-white they are and the demand that they have to prove that they're not anti-white. Well, the only way you can prove it, yank this bitch's license. That's how you prove it. Ban her from ever coming back to Yale again. That's how you prove it. You're not going to move them one iota by showing up with any white negative language, and you never have. The only thing you do is you empower everybody, every anti-white out there, every anti-white entity. And I'm going to take this a step further for Biospirit of the West. I'm going to ask you all, are you doing enough? Are you working hard enough for white well-being so that you can say, when we have these big victories, that you played a part? Are you going to be able to tell your children, grandchildren, nieces, or nephews that you played a part? Or are you going to say you watched? How awful would it be to be this close to the people who are making the changes in the world for the better, that are becoming more and more visible to the totality of the Western world? How awful would it be to be that close and not have participated and just been another observer looking for another laugh, another doom documenting, another doom dissecting of who's behind it? Well, I'm going to tell you what, Biospirit of the West out front doing this, participating, reaching out to these people in such a way, getting a letter back from them. Better believe if they yank her license or she's penalized by some way, that he played a huge part in that. And he also played a huge part in this. We're going to jump to the mailbag for just a moment. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifted White Wellbeing $1,000. How hard are you trying to make a difference in the world? Are you measuring yourself by some of these lick-spittle scumbags who use their white negative language, or some of these naive head up their asses MAGA types, cuckservatives, who want to use anti-white language all day long about how they're not racist and how they're woke? Or do you want to make a difference in the world? Because if you want to make a difference in the world, you can start acting like Biospirit of the West. He writes a beautiful letter here, along with 1,000. Let's get a really raucous round of emojis for Biospirit of the West. The outreach team is a great outlet, he writes, for all my energized excitement, and is the perfect way to hone my use of the lexicon, my ability to reply and easily and naturally improves every day. And I like working with other team members during our campaigns. During our campaigns! What did we just hear? I'm not going to name him, but we have these people in these other circles who are trying to blackball me out of existence when it comes to white positivity, and blackball all of you out of existence. Won't work with anybody who you work with. Won't talk to anybody you talk to, because you won't be an ant-nat. And they said, we read here what he wrote, that what we need is more metaphysical inquiry. Bullshit. I apologize. Bravo, Sierra. I've been saying for decades, and when I go to these conferences and these after parties, you all sit around here demonstrating how smart you are, how much you've read, how pedantic our conversation can become. And across town, they're organizing the anti-whites and talking about how to slit our throats, how to slit the throats, metaphorically, of our babies, how to take everything from us, how to trick us with words. Yes, you idiots, with words, into surrendering all that we are. And then these fools say, but Jason, you're not going to be able to trick the anti-whites with words. It's not the words, you ass backwards morons. It's not the words that are going to work on the anti-whites. It's our brothers and sisters out there that we bring over to White Wellbeing with these words. Good God. You're proving how dumb you are, so stop talking and start doing. And we have geniuses, certified geniuses, like Biospirit of the West, who is saying, I'm going to put my genius to work for White Wellbeing. And I'm going to also put not just my intelligence, my labor, my time. I'm going to work with groups to change the world instead of use my intelligence to show everybody how smart I am. More metaphysical inquiry? Kiss my ass. Going to blackball me. Just like they claim the puppies always do, right? And then Biospirit of the West is also going to put his money where his mouth is. $1,000. And then also this, gratitude. I want to let you know that Nathaniel Nelson was exceptionally instrumental in easing me in an emotional rough spot when I first joined the team. I don't know if I would have stuck with it if not for him reaching out. So let's get a big round of applause for Nathaniel Nelson for coming to the aid of one of our brothers, one of our champions, so that he could then do what he did. This is how we work together to get results. God bless you both. God bless you, Biospirit of the West. True champions. True champions. And Natarific reaching out, bragging on the team, bragging on Biospirit of the West. Also bragging about a new website we're going to have up, that they're putting up. That's going to be a new search engine for only white positive content. Only white positive content. That's going to be up in October. So a big round of raucous emojis, applause for Natarific and Nathaniel Nelson, whoever's working on this project. This new site going to be white positive only. We are not going to be ensnared with these tendrils of these octopodes and trying to pull us down into the abyss of ant-nat nitwittery. And then also he wanted to share, and then we'll take a call from Rory, who's going to have to go to bed as well. Natarific wanted to share this message that he received from someone, got this comment in regard to Dr. Khilanani, Bravo Sierra. And let's see, the event where we were trying to spread the word and get her license revoked. This is a nice thank you, and I believe it to be properly shared. It should be properly shared with the team. And this is from a vague, I believe. Yes, this was from a vague that sent this letter of gratitude that reached Natarific for the efforts of the outreach team. Are you not on the outreach team? All you got to do is, like Baldor said, half an hour out of your week. It could be even less. You will have fun working with a team, making a difference in the world. You do not have fun watching the world go to hell in a handbasket. So this is what this wonderful, wonderful vague out there, our brother, maybe was it a brother or a sister, and we love this person to start using the lexicon, and even better, they end up going free. This person writes, but pressure did come down on her and caused her great consternation. She shut down her practice, and that is a great victory. And you must take that victory lap. You worked hard to let people know, and many responded. You did, all capital letters, while others just, quote, bitched about it. Ain't that the truth? You and others like you are the front line. We will move on to the next battle. It was an honor to correspond with you on this matter, and I look forward to seeing your comments down the road on this and other sites. God bless you. God bless this champion, right? You can tell this person's got a good character. God bless you for writing in. This is a wonderful testimonial. Thank you for that gratitude that you're giving Natarific and the outreach team and everybody who participated in this. Just imagine right now, all of those naysayers. Last thing I'll say, and we're going to take Rory's call here. Last thing I'll say on this, and we will move on. All those people who just bitched about Khilanani, she was what to them? More doom documentation. Look at what she was allowed to say. And then what's the typical response that you see? All these other content creators, God bless them. I'm just saying, let's just look at the facts. Let's just look at the facts. They said things like what? We're not allowed to say stuff like that. Didn't they? Look at what they're able to, look at the anti-whites aren't punishing her. Look at the hypocrisy there. If a white person said that, didn't they? They brought this to you as just another doom documented story. Look how bad it is. Our site or our podcast, we had it before the others, or we talked about it in a more comical way, or we let you know more about, we dug in deeper about what was behind it. And maybe this other group of people or that other group of people, and maybe they can give a name, and they're the ones who actually got her into the university where she got her doctorate, and they're saying, oh, now it's all been figured out. Thank you. And what can you do with that? Jack shit. While they were doing that, bragging about how accomplished they are and how much they do, and you know, a handful of them working as hard as they can to blackball me and all of you, people who are actually doing things, really makes you wonder, who are they working for? Who are these big groups working for, right? Where are they getting their money? You do know that there is a long tradition in the West, ever since the end of World War II, of certain anti-whites funding through in-betweens groups who are supposedly white sympathetic and who take their marching orders because they get their bread and their payment for their mortgage or their rent or whatever it is. They're taking it from these folks behind the scenes, and they're telling them, you have to do this if you want to keep getting that payment. You have to do that if you want to keep getting that payment. And somehow every goddamn time they lead us into these environments where we look like these blood dripping from the mouth monsters right out of Hollywood. Isn't that curious? And then, and by the way, we have found out time and again through the decades that, oh, look at who is actually funding that group. Look who is actually providing the money for that group. And now, when you have a group of people who are engaged in a practice, not an organization, not a religion, a practice with a narrative and a language with less jargon than you have to learn for your work, who's having massive success, those big groups are telling people, don't work with them, because if you work with them, we won't work with you anymore. You won't get a payment through us anymore. You won't get a promise of more purchases of your goods anymore. Isn't that curious? Let's get a call over to Rory. The phone is ringing, brother.
Hello, Jason.
Hello, brother. How are you doing?
Okay. You're certainly on form tonight.
Thank you.
No doubt about that one. Jason, just very briefly. Obviously, we've had all this talk about immigrants from Afghanistan. We certainly have in England.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether you have had the same thing there.
They not only the same thing, far more of these wonderful people from Afghanistan coming into the United States, and there's something called the DC Expo Center, which is practically, certainly for global terms, a hop away from where I live and where I'm sitting at this moment, and they have filled it with these wonderful people from Afghanistan. So yes, we definitely know what you're talking about.
Well, I wanted to compare it to the immigrants who came into America during the 1850s. And this is a little bit of a family history story, actually, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Once again, I'd like to start off with a question for you, Jason.
All right.
Have you ever flown into Philadelphia Airport?
No, sir.
Headed into Center City?
No, sir.
You haven't?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to Philadelphia Center City?
Well, Center City, no, but I've been in Philadelphia.
Okay, all right. Well, look, if you were to have flown into Philadelphia, you would have taken Route 291 across the Schuylkill.
Okay.
That bridge is actually named after my wife's great-granduncle.
Really?
And yes, indeed. And his name was George Corford Platt. He was born in Londonderry in Ireland in, I think, about 1842, and immigrated to the United States in about the 1850s.
How about that?
The reason that the bridge is named after him was that he was awarded the Medal of Honor on July 12, 1895, while serving in the 6th U.S. Cavalry. And if I may, Jason, I'd like to read the citation.
Please do.
It goes, for extraordinary heroism on the 3rd of July, 1863, while serving with Troop H, 6th U.S. Cavalry, in action at Fairfield, at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Private Platt seized the regimental flag upon the death of the standard bearer in a hand-to-hand fight.
Wow.
And prevented it from falling into the hands of the enemy. Now, I thought you might be interested in that, Jason, because obviously you're south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy was actually the 6th, 7th, and 11th Virginia Cavalry.
Ah.
So probably some of your men. Who knows?
It could have been. I mean, I had at least one that was in the cavalry, relative, but that's our acts of heroism on both sides of all conflicts. I absolutely honor, and I acknowledge that that's something that is inside of us that drives us in those moments to feats that bring tears to the eyes of that guys or males that actually become men. So that is absolutely magnificent, brother.
Thank you, Brother Jason. My main point was to say, can you imagine today any of these immigrants that we're bringing into our countries doing the same thing?
Absolutely not. They hate, and they don't. You know who put this really well was Mr. George. Said once about speaking with a anti-white, non-white person about seeing, do they see their people and their history in the founding of America, and but when they see all those white men, and they said no, don't see it. And if you don't see it, now that's not to say, of course, we have had heroic, patriotic, non-white people do wonderful things for this country. But it's definitely, regrettably, not the norm. And no, I cannot see these people who, certainly the people who hate America, that they would ever behave in this sort of way. We definitely have, and we can be very proud, and we should be very proud of that history that we have demonstrated. And like I was saying, on both sides of the conflict, time and again, of such heroism, of such honor, of such dignity, of putting one's life absolutely on the line, of that hand-to-hand combat. And what's so regrettable also, and we say again, whenever we talk about this sort of thing, no more brothers' wars, to be, for that relative of yours to be hand-to-hand, you know, he was with one of our brothers in a different uniform, or probably if it's, you know, from the South, they probably didn't have a uniform, and they were struggling probably over a musket with a bayonet on the end, brother to brother, face to face. It's at once a beautiful and a horrific thing, and no, I absolutely cannot see. They do not, and what's the reason? It's what we see here as America is the biospirit of the West. I would be able to take up the arms for any manifestation, any hue of our Western civilization would fit beautifully, harmoniously with what is inside of me. But I would not be able to do that. If you want to know, folks, how easily you would be able to do that, or how difficult it might be for certainly an anti-white, non-white person, just imagine how easy would it be for you to take up arms in a glorious way for India, or, you know, for Brazil. You're not going to be on their front lines feeling, you know, with the Indian flag flying over your head, feeling what you feel for what we create. And that's really, I think, what Rory's talking about here, what he's really getting at, the kernel of it, is that there's something that when you fight for what we see as like home and hearth, you're really fighting for that biospirit. You're fighting for that family. You're fighting for that continuity from beyond that veil of darkness where we can't look back any further. That's what you're fighting for that space in between the creator and the created, that invisible space that we still have yet to tap and understand really what it is to have different biospheres. You couldn't feel it if you're a white man. You couldn't feel it for India or Brazil, and so that will tell you everything you need to know about the immigrants coming in. Certainly, anti-white, non-white immigrants coming in. They're not going to be able to feel it for the United States. Certainly, I mean, just imagine this: to preserve the creations of the white race, Western civilization. Give me a break. Of course, they're not going to act honorably, nobly, heroically. I mean, ultimately, our militaries have fallen into just folks fighting for the dollars, and as a consequence, as a mercenary, you don't want to get hurt. You just want your dollars. It's all about just being able to spend your dollars later. So no, I mean that's a fantastic point, brother.
Well, yes, Jason, thank you for that. My point was really that, I mean, obviously the war between the states was probably the worst brother war ever been in history. But, you know, here's an Irish immigrant who, for good or bad, was prepared to lay down his life for his new country. And I just don't see that happening anymore with any immigrants that come in. I mean, maybe a few of them join the military, but that's so rare. It's, you know, hardly ever happens.
Yeah, regrettably, I mean, they're coming into these countries that aren't ours anymore, and an anti-white narrative that has demonized and dehumanized the white race, and is busily, as these articles I read, white erasing us from everything, even the names that we've given to birds and plants. So there's certainly not going to be new folks coming in are going to be saying that they want to die for what's there. They want to live for what's there. They want to strive for glory for what's there. No, they want to get rid of what's here. And well, that's actually something to think about.
Jason, yeah, I was about to say that many of them actually want to destroy our country and our way of life.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they white erase every last thing. So I was just down there today, and I'll get your final thought in a moment, brother, so we can keep moving. But I was just I drove by the Expo Center today, DC Expo, and they have FEMA. You know, they look like military are there, I guess, organizing the thousands or however many are there. The Expo Center, of course, is a gigantic facility, and who knows how many they're housing there. But it's just right down the road. But final thoughts, brother, before I let you go.
Oh, just the same thing in this country, Jason. I mean, all our local councils, they're lining up to take them in on taxpayers' money. Yeah, the whole thing is ridiculous. But thank you for having me on.
God bless you. We love you, brother. You're always calling whenever you want to chat.
That's most kind of you. Promethean Hales.
Promethean Hales, brother. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, God bless you too. Bye.
God, could you imagine that, folks? That's a great family story to tell. The bridge named after a relative for his heroism in combat. He went back. The Confederate soldiers had gotten the standard, and then he ran back in there to get it back from them. That was a hero. And by the way, that was in a time, and it lasted. Now, I know there's been a bunch given posthumously, but the Medal of Honor in the United States, you used to have to really do something magnet like Audie Murphy level, Sergeant York level, Desmond Doss level to get a Medal of Honor. And then, since you had to be like this magnificent hero to get it, that meant few people got it. And the anti-white said, well, you can't look at all these white guys that have the medals of honor. No, now you just give them out like Cracker Jacks. They just pass those things out and so therefore they end up meaning nothing, just like your college degree and mine. So don't feel bad. Let's keep rolling really quickly. And we'll get to your comments and financial gifts. And let's see, what do we have here? We did have this video, and I want you all to check it out. I'm going to be making more of these. I'm not going to say much about it because we've already used up so much time, but I didn't make it. The great Raymond Foster made it. I just posted it and I made it into FAQ 8. And it was a clip of me speaking on a Going Free, and it's titled How to Change the World for White Wellbeing with 5 Key Concepts. There is no reason why everybody should not be using these. And you can use these in conservative environments. I have. Republican environments. I have. Yes, there are going to be some of them who are anti-white, right? And they're going to walk away. They're going to say, that's terrible. And they're going to walk away. We had a back and forth with one, remember? And I made her look like the winner she is, or the winner she picked. But I don't know how many get that phrase, but yeah, pick the winner. Anyhow, everybody can be using these, and they are contagious. It's a positive. It's a contagion for health. So we need to be spreading those. Let me jump over to here and see what we have for announcements. And we're going to just, as I said, we're going to keep rolling. The great Slots sent me an email, and I finally have it up. So the first thing he has a bunch of white pills, and I wanted to share these because this is glorious. He's got a photograph, and I wasn't able to upload this. And there's a little bit of a question, but somebody had put up a banner, and it's white people who are clearly getting upset about being discriminated against and persecuted. And he shared this with me, a great white pill, as he says. And then there's this white rapper has also, I guess, produced another song where he has some lines where Slots shared with us. And thank you so much. Let's get a round of applause for Slots for hunting these down and sharing these with me, especially the next one. I think the next couple. And but this guy had some more lyrics where he's talking about our persecution. That's how it should be discussed. Let's see. And then we have Slots shares with us on April 5th. Jerome revealed a victory that he had at the gym that he goes. So this is the great Jerome. Let's get a round of applause for Jerome, where he had spoke with a white a manager of this gymnasium that he works out at, a woman, and he complained about the signage that was promoting biological white erasure. And let's see, she ended up removing the signage. Big round of applause. Big round of applause for Jerome. Can you leave that, folks? He went, and how did Jerome have the success? First of all, it was within him to be able to do it. Secondly, he used Going Free of his mean pathogens to tap into more of his physical, mental, and spiritual capabilities. All those things are muted as a consequence of anti-white infection. So he had more to bring to the conversation, and he came at that conversation from our story, using our lexicon and dialectics, had a conversation with a woman who managed the gym, talked about the promotion of biological white erasure, that he was offended by this, and she took it down. She took the signage down as a consequence of this great man's efforts. We have another of Jerome that Slots wanted to share, a photograph that Jerome shared on his Telegram. Oh, and somebody had written in the live chat asking Rory if you're still with us if you are on Telegram, and I guess they're trying to contact you on Telegram. So have that conversation if possible over there. Jerome here shared this photograph on his Telegram, and he writes on it, quote, "Loved sharing these cards tonight." This was July 4th that he was out there. He said also met some very appreciative people, writes Jerome. Let me do a quick share. I know I have this. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This champion. You want to know what heroism looks like? You want to know what success looks like? It's not going to march out like so many misguided folks God bless them. I feel bad for them. And they think that success and victory is going to march out of some darkness, wielding some, I don't know, double-handed sword in one hand and a automatic rifle in the other, and some skull mask over their face. And these poor souls, they're just getting ready to fill cells. That's what they're getting ready to do. This champion right here is making a difference in the world. That card says, tired of the anti-white narrative, ? NoWhiteGuilt.org. He had those made himself. He's making it happen. Big round of raucous emojis for Jerome and for Slots for sharing these white pills with us. God bless you, brother. My God, that is glorious. What a champion. This is what victory actually looks like. And these people, these twits want to malign. They want to, what are they actually doing? What are we actually doing? Changing the world. That's what we're doing. In fact, you know what? We have a clip that I'm going to honor the great Raymond Foster tonight with, because I'm going to honor him with a something that Slots shared with us as well. So let's see. I have this right here. And these anti-whites, well, I guess, some of them are ultimately anti-white. These white sympathetic people that are white negative, and they want to be as ugly as possible, and they are slandering and attacking just relentlessly, pathetically. What have you done? Well, look at what Slots just did. Look at what Biospirit of the West did. Look at what Natarific, Nathaniel Nelson. Look at what all these people. And right as we're talking right now, Baldor writes me and tells me Nathaniel Nelson reached out, the great champion Nathaniel Nelson reached out with some help on the translation into Icelandic of some of the lexicon. How do you like that? While we're together and making it happen, folks. So take a look at this. On the other side of the planet, the great Raymond Foster making it happen. We have pushed the words anti-white and anti-whiteism into the general societal discourse, forever changing the world, alone and with champions. I did all of this and more. For those who are going to say that I haven't accomplished enough, we have. And that's a great thanks to the great Raymond Foster. That just says it as clear as it could possibly be. He put the great track of music to it and just lays it right out there. This is what we've done. We have forever changed the world already. We have forever changed the world by the work that we are doing. Every step that we take beyond that is victory after victory after victory. And these symbolic victories, they subsume the desires and wishes and those who have the endeavor, the will, the courage to say no, but are not quite sure yet how to say no to anti-whiteism. When they hear those 5 key concepts, when they come across another Jerome out there, or the great Irish Ice, and we'll talk about him in a minute, when they come across these people, they'll find the way. And that's why we are the elect. That's why those who are pushing now are the elect. That's why they can be called the apostles. And all of these others, they're doing everything they can to prevent us from moving forward. Let that be a lesson to you. So we have over here from Slots talking about Raymond Foster showed this is on the 26th of July, a feed of conversation back and forth where a vague was defending against anti-white denials of victimization. And on their own, the vague's own, without Raymond making the person do this or helping him to this, but because of Raymond's conversations and this vague seeing these things, the vague then used anti-whiteism and said that the reason why this person is denying the victimization is because they are anti-white. Changing the world. Would that vague, would that wonderful man or woman have been able to shut down that anti-white the day before reading our great Raymond Foster using the lexicon online? Hell no. Hell no. He would have either said nothing or he would have said something white negative and lost the conversation for our well-being. God bless you, Raymond Foster. And a big God bless you, Promethean Hails, to Slots. Thank you so very much. And Jerome, all of your efforts, folks. I just want to give an update on Raymond Foster. Nathaniel Nelson and myself, wrote a letter for Raymond Foster for him to use in his defense during sentencing to mitigate the sentencing. And again, by the way, we had the great Mr. V point out, look at the silence when it comes to Raymond Foster in these white sympathetic groups. Nothing said about this moral champion changing lives for the good. Nothing said about him, but laudation galore. Again, who's financing that for a guy who sucker punched a polite non-white guy who was in a neatly pressed uniform? Nothing said about Raymond Foster. So we get this letter. Raymond, in his own defense with this, it's kind of a complex thing, the conversation he ended up having with the judge to mitigate the sentencing, which, as you know, could have been up. I think the prosecutors were trying to get him jailed for 3 years and thousands of Australian dollars in fines. And instead, he was able to get this reduced to, I think, just a fine. Thank God. And he is going to be appealing that, and he'll be using the letter in the appeal to try to even have this fine removed. And perhaps at that point, we'll talk with Raymond Foster some, and perhaps we can all email the same source this letter, or a variation. You can look at it and maybe change it a little bit, put it into your own words. We can all email the same verbiage to the same source to help Raymond Foster in his appeal and get this fine removed. So God bless you, Raymond. Thank you so much. He's a real champion. God bless Nathaniel Nelson. And I don't know if I can say her name, came up with the idea. They both hit me at the same time with the idea about whether or not she's on the outreach team. And I always forget if I can say her name. But I guess in conjunction with this, but came up with the idea at the same time about writing them. Beautiful people, beautiful hearts, beautiful spirits. And so these are good people. These are salt of the earth people. These are people who help you out. These are the people who you're down in the ditch and they're going to pull over and jump out of their car and see if these are good people. And Nathaniel got started on it, and I then participated, and we got us a nice letter put together. And Lord willing, we come out of this, and Foster smells like roses. He smells like white roses to us, and we love him. So we're hoping it's going to stay that way. A big victory, a huge victory to Irish Ice. This one-man machine is all over his city, posting leaflets where it's legal to do so about white well-being, about anti-whiteism, about the anti-whites, the harm they're doing to Western civilization. And I don't have it with me. I didn't have the time to get to it. But the idiots who work in the regime's news decided to write an article about it. And they, no joke, were saying that white well-being was evil. So glorious. Say that more. Say that more for your readers. Write that again and again and again and again for your readers. We want every white person in that city to know that the people who run this system think that the well-being of white people is evil. Please keep saying that. So big round of raucous emojis for Irish Ice, please. This guy, I say, is a one-man machine out there making it happen for our people. We have also, I want to share quickly, the content creator for the content creator share segment is, and fill me in, folks, if I don't know, Alternative Voices Portal. You're under a different name. Are you still on BitChute? if we type into Google Alternative Voices Portal BitChute, will that bring up your channel? If so, let us know or if you know that will work for Alternative Voices Portal. This guy is a machine himself, and making clip after clip after clip. So many people have come to White Wellbeing because they see a clip of the work that we do here, and then they want to know more. Of course they want to know more. Why wouldn't you? Of course, everybody here is handsome and virile and vigorous and beautiful, and we're intelligent and we are moral. Why wouldn't you want to know more? Why wouldn't you want to be in our presence? So God bless you, Alternative Voices Portal. We're going to take a look at the mailbag, and then I'm going to take a look at any financial gifts and questions you all have. And we'll take a couple comments with maybe a call or two. And then we will wrap up the gathering tonight, because we are, I think, almost at 3 hours right now. Mailbag, we have, it's Randy, ladies and gentlemen. Randy is with us. A financial gift of $20 US. God bless you, brother, for that. Thank you so very much. Randy writes here. Okay, Slots, you're on the lineup, brother. Randy writes, Jason, a short note. I was watching a short news clip by Newsmax that featured Dick Morris, Clinton's former administrator. And he was talking about critical race theory. And Dick Morris said anti-white during his presentation. God bless you, Randy. Thank you for letting us know. We have anti-whites. Does that not put a smile on your face? People who hate the white race, people who absolutely, you cannot deny. It is inarguable that they hate the white race with a deep and just unabiding passion. And there they are using the verbiage we want them to use. It doesn't get sweeter than that. It absolutely does not get better than that. I love it. I am so very excited about that. Dick Morris, he probably said, these people are saying that it's anti-white, but really it's just about X. Yes, say it again, Dickie. Come on, Dickie boy. Say it again. Say anti-white again. Raymond has over here on D Live. He has Alternative Voice Portal. Link is over there. So if you have a D Live account, hop on over to the D Live where the stream is flowing wide open. And Raymond has provided the link over there. It's probably over there on YouTube as well. Thank you so much, brother. And thank everybody over there for the applause and all these wonderful little emojis. I know if I look long enough, they'll be bikini clad. Although I think I saw a professional wrestler. We don't want to see them in any. We don't want to see any of them in their skimpy outfits. What do we have here? Okay, we have, looks like 2 library tokens. Thank you so very much. And they were given by LL76. Keep up the awesome work, Jason. I was wondering when the newest edition of Going Free will be released. Next couple of weeks, brother. We're wrapping up the final pieces, and I'm really excited because not the next edition, it's the next iteration of the second edition. Probably do a third edition after that. But in the second iteration, it's finally going to be just a single piece. Whereas since it's been built over time, it's been like this patchwork. Probably looking at it, you can't tell, but I can tell because I know of all the different patches over all the years. Let's see, we have the great Slots has given us 50 library tokens over there on Odysee. Thank you for that. And what is this? Pebble in something, 25 library tokens. Thank you so very much. And Nordic Frontier 25. I'm sorry, I don't know when these come in, and I don't know. I'll have to speak with probably Slots, somebody, to see how I can see this. JK6 library tokens. Birdie Bassett, 5 library tokens. Yiz, 5 library tokens. Ball, 5 library tokens. So we got Yiz and Birdie Bassett there, both again with 5 library tokens. God, thank you, sir. Azimuth Clark over there, 5 library tokens. Great to see you. Cypher, 5 library tokens. Observer, 5 library tokens. I didn't know folks had started giving library tokens over here again. I'll keep a closer eye on that. Thank you all so very much for the library tokens. And Arianized is with us. Great to see you. Remember, tag me over there. William Runner. Great to see you, brother. Over on Odysee says, Odyssey stream looking good, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that for letting me know. Yeah, folks, just like William Runner did there, the great William Runner, one of our truest champions with us. Let me know by tagging me. Make sure you tag me, and make sure you tag me, and I'll be able to see it much more easily. Same way with the, oh great, there are all the bikini-clad mannequins. Thanks, Raymond. What do we have over here on Entropy as we continue to move along? We have Fit and Healthy at Any Age, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, brother. $3 financial gift. Writes, Jason, what is the MC for the MP? Elvis stole rock and roll from black musicians. Thank you, sir. I don't know that we have a specific. I will get back to you on that. I've never had anybody actually say Elvis stole, or to me, Elvis stole rock and roll. I mean, maybe more generally. When we're talking about MCs, when it comes to things like our creations, we point out that the anti-whites would never make such a claim about non-white people, that they have ever taken and ever stolen anything from any other group of people, which immediately identifies them as anti-white. And when you do that, that immediately puts them on the defensive. It's a very easy way to out them when they are trying to claim that we stole everything that we have, including the music that we have. Do not get into a debate about where this piece of music originated or that piece of music or the roots of this or the roots of that. There were surely in these environments, there were contributions by the white race, obviously. I mean, who created classical music and so many others that came along. And then were you talking about, the contributions of other groups of people? Did they specifically people who maybe didn't create really musical instruments? It sort of draws it into question. But nonetheless, there were contributions by everybody. The real thing to go after is how anti-white your audience is that wants to claim that white people stole the things that we have from non-white people, and how they would never do the same for non-white people. Great question. Fit and Healthy at Any Age. Afraid Yet Brave. Great name. Financially gifting $10 US. $10 in the name of Groundhog Fury and No White Guilt Clips. Well, God bless you. That is a great way to honor those two champions. This week, the Anti-White Machine video and a clip from the Taliban stream were commented by the Gab outreach team and reposted separately by two Vagues with over 1,000 followers. This is over on Gab. Well done. That is magnificent. That is absolutely magnificent. Two different clips, over 1,000 reposts. My God, on Gab. Well, congratulations. That is a triumph. Big round of raucous emojis. And thank you, Afraid Yet Brave, for honoring both of these people, naming them for this laudation and sending $10 along in their names. Groundhog Fury, No White Guilt, and clips, and keep it going for Afraid Yet Brave for doing the right thing. We honor each other and we celebrate each other, and this is a great victory And thank you for bringing it to all of our attention. Let's always do this, folks. Let's always bring these victories to each other's attention. Magnificent. K-Max McDonald, folks, $5 financial gift. Wonderful to see you again. Jason, would you do a live stream of a Biden press conference? Boy, and it might not be able to be on YouTube because of if you comment on problems like senility and mad cow disease and whatever else might be going on, when you comment on these kinds of things relative to anti-white rulers, they get their trigger finger gets itchy. K-Max goes on, I see other YouTubers get 3 times the live viewers for those. I think Biden provides enough fodder for you to comment on. Biden and Jen Psaki are jokes. They are. And I know that others do quite well. It's possible. We have, of course, a far more scrutiny than other channels do. So we got to be careful. But there are other possibilities when it comes to marketing efforts and getting out the message in a bigger way. We got obviously a couple bigger things, product creation going on right now, but that is spreading more, me getting more involved in the spreading of all the work that we're doing is a phase that is yet coming, and we're going to make it glorious. But thank you very much for that. I could see that it'd probably be safer to, well, no, because that might not ever happen again. We'll see. Maybe. I'll think about it. Slots, the great Slots, $5 financial gift regarding that word that I'm not even going to try to pronounce of Icelandic. Part of the meme curatives are reputationally rescuing the concept that vague slander. Reputational rescuing is a concept I'd like to introduce as well, which is what Ant-Nats attempt to do with old concepts. Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have the power to change the actionable definition of words, right? We could write our own dictionary from scratch, and we can put in it, like we do in the back of Go Free. We can write a dictionary from scratch and put a new definition in, denotative, and we can even write on there and add the connotations to it. But the actionable definition of things like the fasces, for example, for those who know about it, or like we were talking about with Faust, the actionable definition, you cannot reclaim those things because too many people in the audience, in your audience, too many people in the masses know it to mean X, irrespective of what the play is or the book, however you imbibe the story in that specific example. And so therefore there is an inertia to it. There's a current to it. An inertia it's like a sail that's still being fed by wind. It's not like the wind has died down for certain concepts. And so to attempt to go out and go head to head with that, a lot of people have done that, and they thought, well, this will be the way. We will change what everybody thinks about World War whatever. And it just simply these things cannot be done because it's like, I don't know, it's like an aircraft carrier steaming through the Pacific, and you have like your rubber dinghy out there, and you got the nose of the rubber dinghy at the nose of the aircraft carrier, and you're like rowing the shit out of it. It's just, you're not going to do anything. Now, having said that, there might be much more less well-known concepts, conceivably, that you could a big enough movement could attempt to take on and attempt to give it a different meaning. We try to sidestep that in going free with the lexicon. You get out of the way of the things that have too much power, too much momentum, and instead you redirect them kind of like a matador with a bull. The matador is not going to be able to just stop the bull, but he can change the direction. And then further, taking it out of the analogy, we take the strength of the bull and use it for ourselves. So that is the key to the success of the lexicon. Whereas other approaches where they want to redefine and change the meaning of it, doesn't matter how many times we say that the fasces means something different, or a different name for another twisted symbol means something different. It doesn't matter how many times you say it. It's just, you never will change it. But yes, I mean, there are conceivably smaller, far less well known. But I don't necessarily. If they would, it would be a weighing situation. Would it be so valuable to take on any headwind versus, plowing new ground ourselves with something that people recognize and is easily repeated? And so that would be the issue that that's where I would put my thinking. So I don't know exactly what it's like there in Iceland. We would have to speak more with Baldur about that. But it looks like maybe with Nathaniel Nelson, he may have figured out a way to fix some of those issues. K-Max is back with another $5. Jason, thank you so much, K-Max. Steve Saylor did a report saying 80% of the soldier deaths in Afghanistan and Iraq were white soldiers. Should our people reconsider military service? Our people never get credit for their military service in these pointless wars. Well, brother, it's a difficult question to easily answer because, yes, you look at the data and maybe we're wrong. So folks, you'll have to check it out for yourself, get the other side of the story. But when I've looked at the data and when other people have shown me data, we see that the combat roles are overwhelmingly filled with white men. And we see, in fact, you see the footage of the combat units. The camera pans across the combat units and you're like, whoa, this is like a totally white military. And then it goes to the support staffs and the KP and all of these others. And then you say, whoa, is this like an all non-white female military? So, which is not to say that there aren't, there certainly are non-white in combat roles. And there are non-white people who are not anti-white who have fought magnificently and gloriously with whites in combat in our countries. So taking nothing away from them. Having said that, though, there is a truth to these percentages. And yes, as a consequence, they are the ones dying by far and large in combat. But then the question is, do you discourage military service? It depends on, we want to really take this out of the laboratory, because if you just leave it in the laboratory, then answers become really easy. It's almost like facile, and you can end up in these like arguments over nothing because it's all just theoretical. If you have a young man who he's at a place and he wants to serve, he feels like his family has always served. That's where I was. I grew up with the tradition that someone from every generation has to serve to earn freedom for everybody else in the family. So then my suggestion is choose a job in the military that you will be able to transition to civilian life with at whatever point that is. You'll have the training, you can make a living out of it. And I wouldn't necessarily say try to avoid combat scenarios, because we got a lot of guys that are just, they have courage and they want to test their courage. They want to test their mettle. And that's not a bad thing. They should be made aware of the potential to go and be maimed and die, not for your country, for some business interest, for some anti-white purpose, for some other country. They should be aware of that. So at the point that somebody is ready to make the decision to go to the military or not, they have agency, they're adults, and we should provide them with the truth of the motivations and how they can make the most of it if they decide to go, and then they can make that decision. if we were to leave this in the laboratory, it could end up in a dumb conversation, which is meaningless about, but what if we end up with white people not knowing how to operate any military equipment and white people not knowing military tactics, and then you would just end up in this nonsensical, and that's for metaphysical conversations that do nothings can have. We don't do that here. Thank you for the question, K-Max, and the $5 donation. And we got K-Max back again, $3 donation this time. Thank you, brother, again. Jason, did you see that Jared Taylor versus E. Michael Jones debate on if race is real? I figure you take Jared's side on this. Your view on Mr. Jones and Mr. Taylor. That's a splendid question. I'm afraid I only saw so far, and I might watch the rest, Jared Taylor's intro, 20-minute intro, and maybe 15 minutes of Dr. Jones. And and what I could see from that point was that Dr. Jones was making a sophistical argument that race is a category of the mind, and that you have categories of the mind and categories of reality. Well, apparently he's the one who gets to decide whether something is a category of reality. Everything is a category of the mind because it is an interpretation of the world or a creation of our imagination. So everything is a category of the mind. And the fact that you could have different peoples at different times call the same group of people by different names doesn't mean that there isn't a biological reality. I mean, it was asinine. And I think that Dr. Jones must have known that he was making a sophistical argument there in a unscrupulous effort to defend his argument that Catholicism creates all that is good in the world. It's Catholicism, wonderful religion, wonderful people practice Catholicism, long family traditions. A lot of Catholics go free, and they write me and they say that they're stronger in their faith of Catholicism because they go free. They see things clearly now. They see past the Antiwhiteism in the religion, just like Protestants as well, but pagans as well. But I think that's where that's his motivation. So this whole category of the mind, category of reality was I think just sophistry and was a real insult. I don't know what Jared said in response to that. I imagine he probably said something like I just said, because like I said, I didn't get to the end of it. But it does not remove the reality that people can name differently. People can categorize differently. I mean, he was like getting into, I was waiting for, he did use some fiction where he said, these are categories of the mind, but they're real categories because they're categories that we believe in. And I was just like, okay, when do we have rainbow farting unicorns appear on the scene for Dr. Jones here? It's real because it's a category of the mind. And so are you to me, because I haven't seen you in a long time, Dr. Jones. For all I know, you've been dead a long time and you're just imaginary. But that's my 2 cents on the beginning, at least. Let me see what you're saying over here on Cash App and over here on YouTube as well. We will take a stroll through the champions. And we have Daniel, who actually asked a question here dealing with race that was in the and we'll be taking a call. And I think we'll be taking a couple calls. I think we have Slots and Mr. V. Mr. V said something to me. If there's time. Okay. So Slots and Mr. V are our calls. And we have over here financially gifting the great Art Acrobats, financially gifted $4.14. Thank you so much, good brother. Fraulein Dresden's mother survived the firebombing of Dresden. Yes, she did. She absolutely did. And we made her mother, who's still alive, that very happy when on Going Free a couple of years ago, and that was her birthday, and we were up on her TV and we wished her a happy birthday, and they sent me a picture of her and her little she had like a little headpiece on for her birthday. It was very nice. Like it was like a little flowery thing. Thank you so much, Art Acrobats. And here we have the great Raymond sent $1 for a test. Well, thank you so much, brother. Over here in Cash App is working. Were people saying that it wasn't working? Perhaps that was the issue. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you checking it out. And the great Alma Lahar over here on Cash App, financially gifting $13.37. And he says, for White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. I appreciate it. A great champion to White Wellbeing. Let's take a look. Can you believe that, folks? Today, we had Biospirit of the West financially gift $1,000. Talk about a testimonial to the success of what we're doing. Because our only metric in Going Free is what? We have only one metric, and it is success. Is it working? Everywhere else, it's just true. It's nothing on there. I'm not throwing shade on anybody else, but everywhere else, they have other metrics of success. And the other metrics of success are, do we look enough like a political party? Do we look enough like a 1930s political party? Do we look enough like, and then they measure success by that. We measure success by white people's lives being transformed and by how quickly and easily and readily the lexicon spreads, how quickly the anti-whites retreat from it, anti-whites like Dick Morris using it because he wanted to just, they think it's anti-white. Yeah, buddy, say it again. Irish Ice getting the media up there to say that white well-being is evil. Good. Write that more, dummy. That's the only way we can measure success. And so that's why you have great champions like Biospirit of the West jump in and say, this works. My God, I'm going to participate. And then he's participating. He's helping to get this woman's license revoked, this anti-white witch, her license revoked, and then seeing it work everywhere, seeing it work for him. And he says, here's $1,000 as a testimonial to white well-being. That, my friends, is all the evidence and proof you need that we are the folks who are going someplace. Those who have the staying power, those who have the stamina. We are the ones who are changing this world. The great Donning Armor is with us. Hello, Jay Link is here. Hello, brother. Ghost Rider is here, just strolling through the champions. Art Acrobat says thousands of non-white business cards have already been distributed on multiple states. God bless you, brother. Let's get a round of applause for Art Acrobats. Thousands of business cards, no white guilt business cards. Changing the world, knowing that everybody we touch is going to touch somebody else with this message. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being, brother. A true champion. Monica, hello, is here. Thank you, Jason, for your strong, consistent voice helping to guide people out of the anti-white narrative, for never tiring, and for showcasing those who are doing the same. Love to my bros and sisses. Well, God bless you. Thank you for that, Monica. That's very sweet of you. I really appreciate that. And I know everybody who is at you and the love right back at you. Everybody who's participating, we hold each other up, we support each other, and we will go much further than ever imagined. Fernald says, just so you know, LBC on Odysee are actually blockchain library tokens, currency traded on several exchanges. Okay, so that library coin can be traded on other exchanges and not just on Odysee. Great, thank you for. I didn't know that. Well, I guess I don't know how long it's been like that, but I'm glad to know that it's like that now. All right. just a little bit of more of a stroll through, and I'm going to take a look over here, and we will call. Mr. V is next in line for calls. Cupcake Explosion is with us. Storming Fox is here. Hello to you. Skynet Central. Hello. Remember, Monica and everybody, tag me as No White Guilt if you really want me to see. I'm not ignoring you. If you don't tag me as No White Guilt somewhere in your statement, it doesn't turn orange for me. Let's get a big round of applause for Kaber, who financially gifted $25. Thank you so much, Kaber. For the review, the Money Masters Bill Still movie. Yes, that's an old movie. I saw that many, many, many moons ago. But thank you so very much for mentioning it. It's probably like censored everywhere you go, but you might still be able to find it on some of the alternative platforms. $25 from Kaber. God bless you, brother, and thank you for that. All right, we're going to turn right about here. Actually, you know what? The AC is finally cooling off. The room's getting really hot in here. So I'm going to do a very quick this to turn it off, and we'll do calls and some of these comments. All right, folks, we're going to jump over to this comment by Daniel. Is every European nationality considered to be a different race? It would make more sense that they are. The term white can include many different types of people with different physical characteristics. Scandinavians look somewhat different than many East Europeans. Just one example of this. Daniel, no, is the short answer. That is to sectarianize. We are the most varied race of people. Well, check with CNN. In my personal opinion, we are the most varied race. We have, what is it that unites us? What is it that is the same in us? We have different eye colors, different skin hues, a little bit of different facial structure, different height, different, all of these like little differences. But there's something that if you were to take, first of all, you're talking about the characteristics, just the way we look. If you were to take all of the peoples of the world, it would be very easy to say this group is definitely not like these groups. And you would have a big variety in that group, but you would still be able to say this group is definitely not these groups. Having said that, though, the thing that unites us, that makes it very evident that we are a single people, with a great amount of variety, is that we all produce, by way of our instinct, a hue of Western civilization. So it's a little different here, it's a little different there, but it's clearly a single biospirit that moves through that people with all that great, beautiful variety. Now, often when people there are several motivators when people say, when they want to sectarianize the races, or they want to sectarianize the nationalities into races. into people, into different biospiritual peoples. One of those is fear that you'll lose your particular type. And that actually, to serve white well-being, to go free, presupposes that you will embrace all of the variation, that you'll want there to be all the variation. And in fact, that we would endeavor to tease out more variation. So it's the exact opposite of the homogenizing of Western civilization. It would, by way of our instinct, we have proven, haven't we not, that we love variety. It's one of our weaknesses that the anti-whites use against us. So under our own destiny, under our own control of our own destiny, we would ensure that the great variety would remain, and that it would even potentially be magnified. So no, it's not hair color. It's not a little bit of a different facial structure. It's not a little bit of a different skin tone that sets us apart as Western kind. It's the instinct that produces Western culture, Western civilization. That's what sets us apart. And bottom line is, you know, we live in a world where all of the other races, they do one thing that's certainly a lot better than we do, and that is they collectivize. And in a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. And there is no such thing as the old school nationalism of we're just doing it's just for our country or our ethnicity, and they're our brothers, but and we support them with thumbs up, but we're doing our own thing. That is antiquated. You don't have an opportunity to succeed in a global world with this sort of prosaic, limited view of how to contend for your destiny. It has to take place everywhere if we're going to recapture our destiny. If it takes place somewhere but isn't growing everywhere, then the anti-whites will just use the other countries of the world, to the other Western countries of the world, to destroy the country that it's freeing itself from the shackles of anti-whiteism. Of course, there are going to be some that move quicker than others, but that's why we spread it everywhere and as quickly as we can. So we can't go about it in that old school way. They've already beat old school nationalism. I mean, there's a whole religion, you know, like a undeclared religion of World War II. And I mean, how much more evidence do you need? John, thank you for the question, though, Daniel. John says, kudos for consistency, morality, and the most effective rhetoric found anywhere in the white positive sphere. God bless you, John. Thank you for that testimonial. That is glorious. Franklin says here, yes, it really is a world-shattering thing for average people. 1,000 rallies, 10,000 flyers about the penguins, and 100,000 shitpost Ant-Nat glorifications within a Telegram chat wouldn't have caused that. Of course, Franklin's talking about all the success we're having, with pushing out this lexicon into the world, and it's taking hold, it's taking root. The narrative is becoming ours. We are the one increasingly wielding the pen. Only we wield the pen in our lives, and we will force everyone else to live in that story, because then we write them in any way we want to. And I'll talk more about that, because I'm going to be doing more of these like 60-second or so videos where I explain things very simply, very briefly. Thank you so much, Franklin, because that's a huge testimonial that he is sharing with us. Nordic Iron writes here, yes, anti-white is catching on so well because it works. I'm seeing it used more and more, and use it as much as possible myself. It's great to see the look on people's faces when they hear it used in a coherent point for the first time. It usually looks like they just had an epiphany, as they've been forced to accept the anti-white narrative their entire lives. It absolutely is, brother. I have seen that look 1,000 times or more. I love it. I love it. They're like, huh? That's what I did, early on. I would try these different approaches. And when I first started using anti-white and Antiwhiteism and anti-white narrative, all these different ones, it was amazing. I used them with coworkers. I worked white and blue collar jobs. Both people in blue collar and white collar, they got it immediately. They loved how you could just take it all and put it into this basket. And now I understand. Now it all makes sense. What the anti-whites are. They're anti-whites. They're not trying to chase around all these different terms that the anti-whites come up with and then define and make the actionable definition in their world. So then they end up spending the majority of their time trying to tell people, no, that's not exactly what I mean. You know, these people, they start off with all of these, oh, but I'm not this, and I don't think that, and I don't also think about this. But when I say this, it actually means that. So now after I've given all this preamble of 20 minutes, I can make the 60-second point I was going to make. I mean, it's just, this is infinitely better. Flowering freely writes here, it spreads, talking about the lexicon, it spreads like a positive virus. This is a group evolutionary strategy in action, and it makes sense. Our struggle is moving from the physical level, warfare, to the mental, linguistics, mimetics, zeitgeist, metapolitics, because humanity in general is advancing in consciousness. Now, that said, I will also say that I, and I'm sure many others, would greatly value more in the way of bite-sized content like this from yours truly, Jason. I've been meaning to have a second read of Going Free to soak back in the concepts. But I think bite-sized content covering and drilling in key ideas would be super valuable. You are an ideal person to offer this medium. God bless you. Thank you so much. Promethean Hails, Flowering Freely. I want to read the beginning again because this is extremely intuitive. This is very intelligent. Talking about the lexicon and dialectics of Going Free, it spreads like a positive virus. This is group evolutionary strategy in action, and it makes sense. Our struggle is moving from the physical level, warfare, to the mental, linguistics, mimetics, zeitgeist, metapolitics, because humanity in general is advancing in consciousness. I really like how you worded that. And there are some other things that I would toss in if there was time. But you're really getting a handle there. And thank you so much, Flowering Freely, for all of your efforts. And I am going to be making more of those bite-sized videos for folks. And again, I didn't even make that. That was actually Raymond Foster did that magnificent job, a true champion. But I will be focusing more on that. Maybe I'll write the script and read the audio, and then others can maybe do the video for it so that we can knock a bunch out and do other things at the same time. We are going to reach out right now to, let's see, who did we have up first? It is Mr. V. We'll have a short talk with Mr. V, and here goes the phone call.
Hey, brother.
Hello, good sir. How are you doing?
I'm really well. It's victories and victories every single week. You just don't stop.
I know it. It's just it's sometimes it can be surreal. It can feel surreal because we have so many victories, and that juxtaposition compared to the rest of the white sympathetic spheres. I've been in it for so many years. And not just the white sympathetic sphere, but like Republican politics, conservative politics in general. It's just, they have nothing but losses, just nothing but losses. And it becomes like, it's like a way of life for them just to lose. But it's almost like you need to have like a shift of consciousness to go from this place where you always lose to this place where you're like, we had another victory? Is this real? Are we seriously having another victory? But what's on your mind, brother? What do you want to talk about tonight?
Well, I wanted to talk about that exactly. And very quickly, brother, I'll be quick because I know Slots wants to get in a call too. And by the way, Slots is amazing. I see him in the comment sections. He comments everywhere. He's incredible. And
Yes.
quick going free tip. You can comment in anti-white videos while watching the show. I remember one time I commented 60 times under one single video.
Wow.
It just like a machine, because at that point you've already reprogrammed yourself. You've gone through Go Free. You're always going through it, of course, but you know exactly how to respond, and you see your own evolution, and you know exactly what to say to anti-white, so you can just smoke them. It's just a trail. Very quick thing I'd like to point out: it doesn't matter what race Elvis was, but just for people who might be curious, he was actually not a Westman. I did look into his ancestry, and he happens to not be a Westman. That's okay. We have Glenn Danzig, and he's better anyway. So it's not a problem that Elvis is not a Westman. But like Mr. Köhne said, yes, don't focus on the individual person. Focus on the anti-white attack. That's what matters. Second thing, Red Ice might still be doing their fundraiser. And Henrik has been incredible, as always, with Lana, talking about this whole thing that's going on. And that matters. Henrik being on top of it helps you make decisions about your health, your family's health, our collective health as a people. So support Red Ice as much as you can. You don't have to donate. You can, if you want something in exchange, you can get a Red Ice member subscription. It's incredible. You go in there, you get 10 years plus of content. You can download it and archive it for yourself, which you should do. Or you can go to Lana's Llama, which I've done before, and the clothing is incredible. My favorite clothing is from Lana's Llama. It's all very high quality. It's all organic. And final thing I'll say before I get to the main point, brother, were you aware that Julius Malema said, and I quote, "We are not an anti-white organization"?
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's actually old. And the way that I found this is from time to time, I'll either look at Google Trends for specific words from our lexicon to see how they're growing, or I'll go on YouTube and I'll type in anti-white or specific word to see how it comes up. I recommend that people do this. Let me quickly send it to you, brother, the link to this, so you can see. It's in the first minute and a half. You'll get to it before then. Of course, he then uses racist, the anti-white slur, because he's just an anti-white psychopath. He's a scumbag. But the fact that he said we are not an anti-white organization, did you ever think that this anti-white SOB would say that? It's incredible.
I love it. I love it. I hope they keep talking that way.
Oh, they're bound to, because they're that dumb.
They are that dumb.
They are that dumb. We have a very strong force on our side, and that is anti-white stupidity. Anti-whiteism makes you stupid. Even anti-white whites are made dumber by anti-whiteism. Look at all the nonsense that they believe. And recently I was reading about the narrative fallacy and how the narrative fallacy works. And if you create a narrative that sounds good enough, it totally obstructs the absorption of truths and facts, which is another reason why Saad's approach, his quote-unquote inoculation method, doesn't work, because he doesn't know how to deal with anti-white narratives. And he doesn't have a counter-narrative to these narratives as part of his proposed inoculation, which Going Free does. And so that's another thing that we have to account for. I did write that down. I do want to add the narrative fallacy as part of what makes Go Free work, because Go Free does account for that narrative fallacy. I'm sure you're familiar with it, brother.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So,
please continue.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt, brother. It's sometimes kind of hard to tell when on call when someone's going to talk. But would you mind speaking a bit about your understanding of the narrative fallacy?
Well, in fact, I was talking about it in a way, in an applicable way, recently. That we live by way of a narrative, and there is elements of it, and it's interpretation. It's like our interpretation. We use mathematics to understand physical phenomenon. The mathematics is not the physical phenomenon. The narrative is not the actual reality. It is composed. We make an attempt. If we lived in a perfect world, everyone would make an attempt to perceive what's happening as accurately as possible. Then we would come as close as we could. But we don't live in such an environment. We live in a place where, this is why we name the anti-white narrative, name it the anti-white narrative, because that's exactly what it is. It is an intentional story that they compel the population of the West, the total population of the West, to live by. They'll take elements of things that happen. They'll write out of whole cloth. They'll magnify some things. They'll bury things underfoot to stick with a specific narrative rather than the truth, or whatever it might be, the truth as close as we can come to the truth. And that's why we speak with, and then I say, the narrative. What's a narrative composed of? Well, a narrative is composed of the ideas of the places, events, things, and that are in the narrative, and the words that we use in that narrative. So if you want to be in a different narrative, one in which we are the victors, one in which we are the heroes, one in which we are moral, you have to use a different vernacular. You have to use different words to be in a different narrative. That's what a narrative is composed of. And I was likening it to, and I was thinking maybe this would be something I would make into one of these short videos, that if you are in one author can take you could say, for example, you have two authors sitting in a room, and there is a picture of a citadel on a hill. And one author could write that citadel into this glowering, menacing, dark, just fortress of evil. And another author could write that exact same citadel into something that is glorious and epic and poetic and filled with all good. Well, if you want that second narrative, if you want that to be the narrative by which you live, because that's the one in which you believe that truth is most accurately portrayed, where you will be safe, where your people will be strong, you have to live in that narrative. That means you have to describe that citadel. You have to be like that author. You have to talk about that citadel for what it is. You have to use it. You have to give it a different name. You cannot be in the first author's narrative, the anti-white narrative, stand out in front of this menacing black, tower of evil with lava coming out of the top of it, or whatever else the author writes into it, and say, I've got some documents that show that this isn't real behind me. Because everybody else living in that narrative is just going to see that. You can never fight off the author of the story you're in. You have to be the author of the story you're in if you want to be the good guy. It seems like a trivial thing, but it's a very difficult thing for folks to understand. But I'll toss it back to you and get what you have pulled out of the definition of the narrative fallacy.
Well, your first, that's a brilliant assessment as always, brother. Yeah, what white sympathetics do, and I think it's very important for us to understand the white sympathetic question, because white sympathetic people are trapped in the anti-white narrative. They are brothers and sisters, but unfortunately they have the potential to destroy everything we're creating. Mm-hmm. They don't understand it. They're like a child with a gun. Yeah. They don't get how dangerous what they're doing is. And with also, to touch into that narrative fallacy, they're following the code written by that author on how to destroy them. So the person that is their enemy wrote down, okay, here's how to destroy me, and then hands them the paper, and they go read it. Okay, got it. And then they act that out. Do you think that someone who is your enemy is going to write down to you specific instructions on how to end them as an enemy? No, of course not. Yeah. So yes, our people, too, white sympathetic people, are trapped in this narrative fallacy as well. They bought into they're in a kind of a parasitic relationship with anti-whites where they co-create the anti-white narrative, the specific anti-white narrative that keeps them trapped on how to falsely advocate for white well-being. And I wanted to combine that, brother, with the hero's journey, because I've been thinking a lot about how we can frame this, in which ways we can understand white sympathetics and which ways we can understand ourselves as people in the white positive sphere, as Prometheans, because we do need to understand how it's diverging, how it's going in opposite directions. So I'll lay out the stages of the hero's journey, and I'll kind of compare it. I'll make reference to Crucible, and please chime in anytime you'd like. Is that okay with you, brother?
Yeah, brother, go for it.
So at first, there's the ordinary world. So this is where the hero is oblivious to things. And for our ordinary world, it's not so ordinary, because here we're already subject to and surrounded by anti-whiteism. So for example, in Crucible, this would be when you're a young boy and you're slightly aware of anti-whiteism, but you haven't fully realized that this is intentional. So you're in the ordinary world and you go and you probe about, and then something happens. There's a call, which is step 2. That's either an internal call, which would be from our biospirit, or external circumstances that force themselves upon you, like anti-whiteism, external anti-whiteism. So this would be, for example, the issue with the statues. When you wanted to, I don't want to spoil Crucible for anyone, but when you wanted to, you suggested specific, if I'm not mistaken, statues or paintings of 2 specific Westmen be put up. And then step 3 is the refusal of the call. This is that resistance that comes in that's telling you you're going to lose friends for this if you advocate for white well-being. You're going to get beat down if you advocate for white well-being. You're not going to be liked. You're not going to get the attention of the girls,
right,
et cetera, et cetera. And this is a lot of what people can read about you struggling in Crucible, which is heartbreaking for a child to have to wrestle with. Crucible is in many ways the story of every single white boy and girl in the West. And they struggle with that. But you took on the call and you answered the call. And then step 4 is, none of these steps are perfect along the hero's journey, but it kind of ebbs and flows. There's a back and forth that people will see when they read Crucible. And then number 4 is the mentor appears, or there's some kind of guidance. And here is where I think a lot of white sympathetics fail. So let's say they refuse the call, and then they go forth and they try and answer it, and a mentor appears, and usually it's a white sympathetic mentor. So if someone from the white sympathetic sphere who is also infected, playing the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, trying to teach them how they should proceed in advocating for white well-being. So that's where the paths diverge. We go from the ordinary world, we have this call, or these external circumstances that summon us to act. We usually refuse that call because we're scared. That's resistance. And then number 4, the mentor appears. And here where we diverge from them is you showed up as the mentor for our people, and Go Free began. And here's where there's 2 separate paths. There's a white sympathetic sphere and then the white positive sphere. And then comes the crossing of the threshold, where you cross into advocating for white well-being. And this is why white sympathetic people believe that we're on the same side. It's like there's a transparent barrier, an invisible barrier between us that only we can see. But they can see us. They can't see that we that we see that there's this barrier, and that they're actually in the anti-white narrative, that they're in a separate world, but they think we're in the same world.
Yeah.
So they don't understand what we're doing. It's almost as if they've gone into the wrong portal.
Yeah.
And at the crossing of the threshold, here's when, the hero leaves the village. He leaves the town. He says goodbye to his brothers and sisters, his family, et cetera, et cetera. But here, right, at the crossing of the threshold, white positive people don't have to say goodbye to their family forever. They keep their family and friends.
That's right.
White positive people keep their family and friends. White sympathetic people, this is where they lose family and friends when they cross into the anti-white narrative completely and become the antagonists in the anti-white narrative, which you hear them talk about all the time.
Right. I would more specifically, I guess, say white negative, where they are, focusing on other races and on the evil of other races. You're right, though. That's where they do have to give up their family. When they head down that path, they have to surrender a lot of things. Family, sometimes freedom. You're right, 100%.
Thank you for the question, brother. Yes, I was thinking white sympathetic, but I'm glad you came up with white negative so we can be more specific. Yes, it's specifically when they're white negative. And if their family is very infected with anti-whiteism, just if they're white sympathetic.
Right.
That can happen too, unfortunately.
Yep.
And then come the trials and tribulations. And come, along, this is where the hero enters. He's crossed the threshold. He gets the trials and tribulations that come with facing off the enemy, going into this arduous journey. And of course, you get allies and foes. But for white sympathetic people or white negatives, their trials and tribulations here are mostly self-created or avoidable. For example, Thomas Sowell going to jail.
Yeah.
That's very different from Raymond Foster's trial and tribulation, which was not self-created.
Yes.
That was from anti-whites, and that makes it righteous. That makes it a righteous trial and tribulation.
Yeah, you're right.
That means he's actually headed down the hero's journey, whereas Thomas Sowell is headed down the villain's quote-unquote journey, the villain's path.
Yes. Yeah.
And that actually, and here's where they actually empower our foes. They don't empower us. The trial and tribulations that the hero goes through is meant to, in the end, come around and serve to empower our people. Here, where white sympathetics go through trials and tribulations, they just end up empowering our foes because these are faux, F-A-U-X, trials and tribulations that end up serving the anti-white. They're playing the role that the anti-whites want them to.
Yes, precisely. That is very astute, brother. I'm not surprised that you would put that together, but that is very astute. Absolutely. All of that from start to finish.
Thank you, brother. I've been looking into Joseph Campbell and also some other works related to the hero's journey, and I've been thinking about it for quite some time. This isn't the first time I've been thinking about the hero's journey. You see it we're all aware of it. You've talked about it with Laura Lee in many ways, with Lord of the Rings. You see the hero's journey in Lord of the Rings as well.
Yeah.
I'll quickly finish. And then there's the primal ordeal. And here's where white sympathetics, they call it Zog, right? The primal ordeal. Whereas us, we have a much more sophisticated understanding. We know that the primal ordeal is the anti-whiteism inside us. Not just the anti-whiteism that's external, the true primal ordeal, the final boss, as Mark Collette might put it,
yes,
is the anti-whiteism within us.
Precisely.
That is the primal ordeal.
You're absolutely correct, brother. Brilliantly stated.
You're too kind, brother. And then there's the payoff, which is when for us, you defeat your mean pathogens. And by the way, they stop at the primal ordeal, white sympathetics. They don't get the payoff. You can only get the payoff if you're in a true hero's journey. We get the payoff. And what is the payoff? Reading yourself mean pathogens, activating your potential to power, aligning with the archetype of the West, actually having the potential to recapture our destiny. You have that payoff. You get out, which is the other step, step 9, you get out of the anti-white narrative. And then step 10 is you have a resurrection. You're kind of reborn as a cleaner you, a better you. You're reborn as a Promethean through this whole trial. And then step 11 is you have a gift for the people. And the gift that you have for your people, which is so beautiful, is themselves, is returning them to themselves, giving them back to themselves as they genuinely are, speaking to them with the voice of our biospirit. That's why they resonate with us. It's not marketing. It's not neologisms or whatever other nonsense they say. It's not hot takes. It's because we're talking to them from the heart. That's what they hear. They hear us speaking something much greater. It's a power, as you say in Crucible, a power that requires no faith. That's what it is. And the gift that we give them is that we give them back to themselves. We give their lives back to them. We recapture our destiny. And that's the most beautiful thing you can give to someone, is give them back to themselves, their potential, their power, their lives.
Yes, 100%. Magnificently stated.
And then the absolute final step, which is, I would argue, is the one that you're at, brother, because you've gone through your hero's journey, is step 12, where you transition into kind of the journey of the master, of the mentor. And of course, these are interconnected. And like I said, it ebbs and flows. And many people are going along their hero's journey, but you can already see traces that they've started on the mentor's journey, because it's possible to do that with going free.
Yeah.
People in the outreach team, they are already preparing themselves for the step that you're at, brother. They're preparing themselves for mentorship. They are doing it.
Yeah.
Right? They're still along their hero's journey, but they're preparing themselves to get to that final 12 step, that final step in the hero's journey, and then transitioning into the master, the mentor, the artist,
Yes,
et cetera, et cetera. So those are just some thoughts that I've been having about hero's journey and how that all connects to white sympathetic sphere, white positive sphere, and how we can come to understand this divergence from a kind of mythological storytelling perspective, if you will. Any thoughts on that, brother?
Oh, it's totally brilliant. I love it. And you're right. I mean, just the final thing is you're right. You can be on these with going free. You can be growing and on the hero's journey as well as the mentor's journey. And in fact, by being in both while you're studying, you're going to grow that much faster. You're going to head down that journey so much more quickly, and you're going to have so much larger of an effect on the world for white well-being as a consequence. For example, the person who put up, whoever that was, that great champion who put up the sticker that Torba saw. I mean, these are this is the ability to treat yourself for what's holding you back from being your best, and at the same time, right the ship of state by changing the narrative in which all of the discussion about what takes place in the world, whether it's CRT or whatever, the place in which that conversation and all of those conversations have to take place, and they simply can't take place in an environment, a milieu, where people are going to be living in the story of our creation. Because the moment you begin talking about critical race theory or any of these other names they come up with, the white people are going to say it's anti-white. There goes whatever with anti-whiteism again, and it immediately shuts it down. It makes it plain. It forces the anti-white to out themselves as the villain in the story. If we can just spread, and this is something that I was saying at the very beginning, this is legal, and this you look good doing. You're the moral person when you engage in the lexicon of going free. So why would there be any resistance? It baffles the mind that anybody would want to continue down any other course. But I really like how you put that together, and I hope somebody will clip that out, because it's really astute, it's really observant, and I really appreciate you doing that and calling in with it.
Thank you, brother. That's very kind. And to add to what you just said at the end there, when you try this, guys, when you post something that Mr. Köhne wrote, etc., and specifically something that he wrote, because if it's audio, they might recognize his voice, etc. But post something that he wrote and don't mention that he's the author. What are white sympathetics going to say? I've tried this. They like it.
Yeah.
So the only problem is personal. And it's very sad that you've got Westmen out there who don't understand that a great part of what makes our people great, and something that's within our biospirit, is a love of objectivity and truth. There's a lot of people that I don't like. It's never stopped me from taking on great lessons or great knowledge or great truths that they've shared. Never stopped me from that. That it stops them is very sad, especially because this is related to the well-being of our people. Your ego should have nothing to do with this.
Precisely.
Nothing. It's thwarting us from forward progress.
Yep.
And thank you so much, brother. I've taken way too long. Slots, I apologize. One final thing I'll say is a quote from Zeno. He says, "Well-being is realized by small steps, but is truly no small thing." And
amen to that.
we're achieving our well-being one small step at a time, and you, our brothers and sisters, you're doing it, and you as well, brother. Thank you so much for taking my call, and Promethean Hails.
Promethean hails to you, brother. Thank you so much for everything you do. We'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you soon, brother.
Bye-bye. Wow, wasn't that something? That was amazing. I'd like to talk more about it, but we're gonna have slots on really quick. Donning Armor, you're number one next week, brother. We're out of time, and going to take slots quickly, and then we're gonna roll out of here because we are almost literally beyond Spreaker's ability to share the audio in one go. Slots, can you hear me, brother?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go for it.
So I just wanted to tell Mr. V, I'm trying to get in contact with him. I don't know where he is on any platforms, but and I'm also excited to see his GAD document. Because GAD is just an ignoramus charlatan.
Yes.
Saying he can help Westman, but demonstrating zero knowledge of us and or sheer incompetence.
Yeah, precisely.
So regarding Odysee, because you brought that up, you can't see the token dates because of the you have one stream link.
Okay.
And also a reminder that if you want to sign up for cash gifts on Odysee, because they let everyone do that now.
Okay.
And
I can sign up for cash. So you can do regular cash. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Get in contact with me if you want to know how.
Okay.
And something else. I think I'll just get to Raymond Foster. The other things I can bring up another time.
Okay.
So 4 days ago, Raymond Foster posted a picture of what the judge said and what he said before and what the judge responded with. And what Raymond had said is that anti-Australian and anti-white enemies flood us with foreigners. We should end immigration. The judge said, this is inflammatory, grossly heretical, highly provocative, and divisive. And saying that the reference to enemies and foreigners is about non-whites and like some kind of civil war agitating by Raymond.
Okay.
So I wanted to give my response first to that post from 4 days ago, and then the post to a response to the post on the 8th that he did. So 4 days ago, am I cutting out or is it okay?
Hear you loud and clear, brother. Go for it.
I said to this judge, it is anti-white. Oh, I'm going to give a language warning.
Okay, language warning, folks.
So it is anti-white as all hell to use the anti-white slur racist, and to say the erasure of white people is in any way reasonable, and that non-whites or their sympathizers are inherently anti-white or anti-Australian. That is defining the well-being of white people as inherently against the well-being of non-white people. It demonstrates only extremism. If our well-being is so incompatible, then damn right you're anti-white for subjecting white people to the presence of non-whites. If it isn't, you're anti-white for suggesting whites have an inherent irrational quality which necessitates harming non-whites, which non-whites do not have. Fuck this anti-white judge bigot.
Well written. You're absolutely right. In every direction there.
So I gave a more nuanced take because I was really pissed when I read that. I think this was 3 weeks ago, when he posted his video. And I said, when a group is being persecuted, they need their own spaces away from symbols of their victimization.
Yes.
This is literally what happens in the United States when they exclude whites from their imagined slander of racism. The anti-white regime is essentially arguing that it's unreasonable to believe whites are human, that it is offensive to humanize white people, and it is going to continue being offensive for an unfalsifiable amount of time. So long as anti-whiteism persists in society, which anti-whites have had for centuries. So
Yes.
Raymond Foster's arguments about non-white immigration are about the damage being done to Western kind, and he's being persecuted for representing white interests in a Western country.
Yes.
Second, anti-whites are the ones who want non-white immigration. It's not about whites or white positivity slandering non-whites. Third, non-white immigration isn't bad so long as it isn't harming or erasing white people. That's not a slander of non-whites. That's love for and reasonable treatment of whites.
Yes.
Not only is the non-white immigration harming whites economically, irregardless of race, only through anti-white harm and action, but it is harming the culture of Western kind, lessening our influence in our home countries. If it is reasonable to believe that multiculturalism isn't a thing, that people's expressions aren't displaced and thus vie for expression, then where is the prosecution of every person pushing for diversity as offensive? What's happening is anti-white bigotry, nothing more or less.
Beautifully written, powerful, absolutely puissant. Well done.
So before I leave off, there's something Bonnie Blue Lass complimented me on when I wrote it, so I'm going to share it with everyone before I take off.
Please do.
And I just said, you don't, as a person, individually need to solve anti-whiteism. You only need to make it the topic of discussion.
That's right. Brilliant.
So, thanks for having me.
Brilliant, brother. You're amazing. Thank you so much for everything you do in service to white well-being. Folks, big raucous round of applause for the great sloths right here, brother. Call back anytime. You don't call in enough. Call back anytime, brother.
All right. Calling me out.
We'll talk soon. Put me
From
in
inhales, brother.
Yes, indeed. Bye-bye now. Wow, can you believe that? Donning Armor next week is going to be first, folks. We're just out of time, literally. I got to shut down right now so that we're not over on Spreaker. But I love every single one of you. Look at these victories. Let's continue having victories this month. We had, looks like David sent some Bitcoin. I don't know what the value of it is. And so next time we talk, I'll figure out what that value is. And I will get back to you. Thank you so much for that financial gift, brother. And let's get a round of raucous emojis for Nature's Dude, who financially gifted $25 and wrote appropriately, "Hail the outreach team." Absolutely. God bless him, and God bless you both for that. And David for the Bitcoin. Thank you so very much for that financial gift as well. I'm not going to forget you. We'll find out the exact sum, and we'll celebrate you and thank you for it, as we are thanking you for it now. And I think we're blank over here. I think we are. Folks, let's continue to have victories like this day after day, week after week. We'll keep changing the world. You let these other people just talk about how they're not doing this or they're not doing that or they haven't done anything. And then before you know it, they'll be living in the world that you and I made. And it'll be one in which we control our destiny. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.